Hello everyone, I'm Mr. Night Story, and welcome to tonight's journey toward peaceful sleep. If you're enjoying this content, I would be so grateful if you could take a moment to like this video. I'd also love to hear from you. Please feel free to share in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is there. Your kind support truly helps me continue creating these relaxing experiences for you. Now, please make yourself comfortable as we gently begin tonight's journey to restful sleep. It was at the start of my 6th grade year, back in 2019, when my entire class boarded buses for what would become the most unsettling experience of my young life. We were heading to Camp Pinewood for a 3-day environmental education trip located deep in the Appalachian foothills. The excitement among my classmates was palpable as we wound through increasingly remote roads, the dense forest pressing in from both sides. When we finally arrived, the camp appeared innocent enough. A collection of wooden structures scattered across a clearing, surrounded by towering pines that blocked much of the afternoon sunlight. Miss Rivera, our science teacher, gathered us near the flagpole for orientation, while Mr. Kendall, the assistant principal, checked in with the camp staff. "Listen up, everyone," Miss Rivera called out. "The staff will assign your accommodation shortly. Remember that we're guests in nature's home, so respect the grounds and wildlife." It wasn't until the accommodation assignments began that the first warning sign appeared. The boys were directed toward proper cabins, sturdy structures with real doors, windows with screens, and from what I glimpsed through an open door, air conditioning units. Meanwhile, we girls were led down a dirt path to what the enthusiastic camp guide Mrs. Winters called rustic eco-shelters. "These authentic structures will connect you directly with nature," she explained with rehearsed cheerfulness. What stood before us were essentially wooden platforms with partial walls and roofs, more like open-air shelters than actual cabins. The doors were nothing but torn mesh screens hanging loosely from wooden frames. Inside, thin foam mats were arranged in rows on the rough wooden floors. The bathroom facilities were in a separate building approximately 3 minutes away by foot. My friend Haley whispered to me, "Are you kidding? The boys get real cabins and we get this?" I nodded, watching as insects already began finding their way inside. Apparently, environmental education means different things depending on your gender. Our classmate Iris approached us, her face showing the concern we all felt. "My mom would freak if she saw this. Do you think we could call home?" Mrs. Winters overheard. "Cell service is spotty out here, girls. Part of the experience. You'll adjust in no time." As we reluctantly arranged our sleeping bags on the uncomfortable mats, I noticed how the afternoon shadows cast strange patterns through the trees onto our shelter walls. Though it was only mid-afternoon, there was something disquieting about the way darkness seemed to pool in the corners of our shelter. That evening, after a bland dinner of overcooked pasta and watery sauce in the mess hall, we had our first nature circle, where camp counselors shared stories about local wildlife. One counselor, a gaunt man named Mr. Byrne, seemed particularly focused on the concept of adaptation. "Animals can change to look like things they're not," he explained. "Camouflage, mimicry. Nature's greatest survivors are often the greatest deceivers." As we walked back to our shelters in the growing darkness, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone, or something, was watching us from just beyond the tree line. That first night, none of us slept well. The temperature dropped considerably after sunset, and our thin sleeping bags offered minimal protection against the cold that seeped up through the wooden floor. Several girls had already developed coughs, and the sound of stifled sniffling punctuated the night. "This is ridiculous," Haley muttered as we tried to get comfortable. "Why do the boys get actual cabins while we freeze out here?" The girls in our shelter split into 2 factions. Those who remained outside complaining about which shelter might offer better protection, and those of us who stayed inside trying to care for the girls already developing colds. Haley and I found ourselves playing nurse, distributing tissues and the few cough drops we had between us. "At least we'll be immune," I joked to Haley as we helped Brooke, who was already developing a fever. "Healthcare heroes." "Speak for yourself," Haley replied. "I feel a tickle in my throat already." Around 11 p.m., when most had finally settled into uneasy sleep, disaster struck. Someone, I never discovered who, knocked over my water bottle in the darkness. The cold water soaked through my sleeping bag and pajamas, leaving me shivering and wide awake. Perfect, I whispered to myself, moving my sleeping bag to a less damp spot. I knew sleep would be impossible now. The night sounds intensified as the hours crawled by. Wind rattled the loose screen door. Something small scurried across the roof. From nearby came a sound like fingernails dragging across wood, probably tree branches against a neighboring shelter. But in the darkness, imagination transformed it into something more sinister. Haley remained awake with me, both of us speaking in hushed tones about school and home. Anything to distract from our surroundings. Around 2 a.m., when the forest seemed at its darkest and most hostile, the wooden floor creaked as someone stirred. I squinted in the darkness to see Iris sitting up, reaching for her glasses on the small shelf beside her mat. She fumbled for her water bottle, placed it in the pocket of her sweatshirt, and stood up. "Bathroom," she whispered when she noticed us watching her. She shuffled toward the screen door, pushed it aside with a scraping sound, and disappeared into the darkness outside. Haley and I continued our whispered conversation, but after several minutes, concern began to grow. "Iris has been gone a while," Haley noted, glancing toward the path that led to the bathrooms. Through the gaps in our shelter walls, we could just make out the outline of the bathroom building, a single light glowing above its entrance. "Should we check on her?" I asked. "Give her a few more minutes," Haley suggested. Maybe there was a line. 5 more minutes passed. 10. The bathroom building remained dimly lit but showed no signs of activity. "Something doesn't feel right," Haley said finally. "I'm going to check." As Haley stood to leave, I decided to borrow Iris's sleeping bag, since mine was still damp. I crawled over to where she had been sleeping, ready to temporarily repurpose her bedding, only to freeze in confusion. There, beneath the covers, was Iris herself, sleeping soundly with her sleeping bag pulled up to her chin. My mind struggled to process this impossibility. I reached out tentatively and pulled the sleeping bag down slightly. Iris stirred, her eyes opening groggily. "What's wrong?" she murmured. I couldn't speak. If Iris was here, then who had we seen get up and walk to the bathroom? When Haley returned moments later, her face was pale even in the darkness. "No one's in the bathroom," she reported. "No one's out there at all." Morning arrived with thin gray light filtering through the trees. Few of us had managed much sleep after the incident, though we hadn't shared the full story with everyone. Iris was genuinely confused when we described watching her get up and leave. "I never went to the bathroom," she insisted. "I took my contacts out before bed. I couldn't even find my way there without my glasses, and I didn't get up all night." At breakfast, I noticed the stark difference between our group and the boys. Most of the girls looked exhausted, with dark circles under their eyes, while the boys seemed well-rested and energetic. When we tried to explain our concerns to Miss Rivera, she dismissed them as first-night jitters. "You'll adjust," she assured us. "Today's activities will take your mind off things." Our first activity was a nature hike led by Mr. Byrne, the gaunt counselor from the previous evening. He led us deep into the forest, pointing out various plants and animal signs. As we walked, I noticed how the dense canopy overhead created an unsettling effect. Patches of bright light interspersed with deep shadow, making it difficult to see clearly through the trees. "This forest has been here for centuries," Mr. Byrne explained, as we stopped in a small clearing. Native tribes believed these woods were special, a place where the boundary between worlds grew thin. "What does that mean?" a boy named Will asked. Mr. Byrne smiled thinly. "Some places collect energies, absorb experiences, mirror them back." He gestured around us. "People have been walking these paths for hundreds of years. Sometimes they leave impressions behind." Something about his explanation sent a chill through me that had nothing to do with the cool forest air. During lunch, Haley developed the same cough that was now affecting nearly half the girls in our group. I watched with growing concern as she picked at her food, her usual appetite gone. "I should have stayed home," she said miserably. This whole trip is a disaster. The afternoon activity was pond ecology, which involved collecting water samples from a stagnant pond at the edge of the camp property. As I knelt by the water, I noticed something odd. When the surface was still, it reflected the surroundings with unusual clarity, almost like a perfect mirror. But occasionally the reflection seemed wrong somehow, movements that didn't correspond to anything on our side of the water. When I pointed this out to Miss Rivera, she explained it as fish disturbing the water from below. But I wasn't convinced. There was something deliberate about the movements, as if the reflection were operating independently. By dinner, 3 more girls had developed fevers. The camp nurse, a young woman named Miss Patel, who seemed overwhelmed by the number of sick students, distributed fever reducers and advised rest. I couldn't help but notice that none of the boys had fallen ill. As darkness fell on our second night, an unnatural silence descended on the camp. Even the insects seemed to have gone quiet. In our shelter, those who weren't coughing were whispering theories about what had happened the previous night. Maybe it was someone playing a prank, suggested Nina, a girl from another class. But we saw Iris, Haley insisted between coughs, or someone who looked exactly like her. Iris, who had been quiet most of the day, finally spoke up. "This isn't the first time something like this has happened to me," she said softly. "At my grandmother's house last year, my mom saw me in the kitchen when I was actually upstairs. And before that, my dad swore he drove me to soccer practice, but I was home the whole time." A heavy silence followed her words. "What are you saying?" I finally asked. Iris shrugged, her expression troubled. "I don't know, but whatever it is, it's following me." Our third day at Camp Pinewood began with rain, a steady, penetrating downpour that transformed the dirt paths into muddy streams and leaked through the shelter roofs in multiple places. The camp staff scrambled to distribute plastic tarps, but these provided minimal protection against the elements. "Today's outdoor activities will be replaced with indoor nature crafts," announced Mrs. Winters, her perpetual cheerfulness finally showing signs of strain. The crafts session was held in the mess hall, where we made leaf pressings and pine cone bird feeders while the rain drummed relentlessly on the roof. I noticed Miss Rivera in deep conversation with Mr. Kendall in the corner, both looking concerned as they glanced at their phones. Haley's condition had worsened overnight. Her forehead burned with fever, and she could barely focus on the craft in front of her. Nearly 2/3 of the girls were now showing symptoms, compared to only a handful of boys. During a bathroom break, I overheard Mr. Kendall on his phone, his voice tense. "No, we still can't get through. The road's completely flooded. Yes, I understand the concerns, but we're stuck here until the water recedes." My stomach tightened. We were supposed to leave tomorrow, but it sounded like that might not happen. When I returned to the table, Iris was waiting for me, her expression grave. "I saw it again," she whispered, "when I was washing my hands just now. In the mirror, my reflection turned and walked away while I was standing still." Before I could respond, Miss Rivera called for everyone's attention. "Due to the weather conditions, the road to camp is temporarily impassable," she announced, confirming my fears. "We've been assured it should clear by tomorrow afternoon, so we'll be extending our stay by 1 night. The camp staff is making arrangements to accommodate us comfortably." A chorus of groans rose from the girls' side of the room. Another night in those leaking shelters seemed unbearable, especially with so many now ill. "Additionally," Miss Rivera continued, "due to the number of students feeling unwell, we'll be converting part of the main lodge into a temporary infirmary. Those with fevers will sleep there tonight under supervision." After lunch, Haley was among those moved to the infirmary, a hastily arranged row of cots in what normally served as the camp's craft room. I helped her settle in, worried by how weak she'd become in just 2 days. "Don't leave me here," she whispered, clutching my hand. "Something's wrong with this place." "It's just a bad cold," I said, trying to convince myself as much as her. "You'll feel better with proper rest." But as I looked around at the dozen girls now confined to the infirmary, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was more than coincidence. Why were the girls getting sick, while the boys remained largely unaffected? That afternoon, with outdoor activities still canceled, Mr. Byrne led an impromptu session on local folklore. His stories grew increasingly disturbing. Tales of lost hikers who were found miles from where they should have been, accounts of people seeing impossible things in the forest depths, legends of mirror people who could imitate anyone perfectly. The native peoples believed that each person has a shadow self, he explained, his eyes glittering in the dim light of the lodge. A perfect copy that lives in reflection, wanting nothing more than to cross over and take your place. A chill ran down my back as his words connected with what we'd experienced. When I glanced at Iris beside me, her face had gone pale. As darkness fell once again, the rain finally stopped, but the damage was done. Mud surrounded our shelters, and several sleeping mats were soaked through. With no spare bedding available, we were forced to crowd together on the remaining dry spots. That night, as we huddled in our damp shelter listening to the dripping water and occasional distant cough from the infirmary, no one slept. Every shadow seemed threatening, every sound a potential danger. We were isolated, trapped by flooded roads, surrounded by ancient forest, and increasingly convinced that something in this place meant us harm. The fourth night at camp was when everything escalated. With Haley in the infirmary, I found myself especially on edge. Iris and I had pushed our sleeping mats together near the center of the shelter, where the roof leaked least. Around midnight, when most of the others had finally fallen into uneasy sleep, Iris turned to me. "I need to tell you something," she whispered. "Something I saw this afternoon." I waited, watching her face in the dim moonlight filtering through the trees. "I went to check on Haley in the infirmary after dinner," she continued. "But when I got there, I saw myself, standing by her bed, holding her hand. I watched from the doorway as this other me leaned down and whispered something in Haley's ear. Then it straightened up and walked toward the back door. When it passed by a window, I couldn't see its reflection in the glass." "That's impossible," I whispered, though after what we'd already experienced, I wasn't so sure. When I reached Haley, she was delirious with fever. She kept saying, "Don't let it take me, it's not Iris, it's not her." My heart pounded so loudly I was certain it would wake the others. "What did you do?" I told Miss Patel, but she just gave Haley more fever medication and told me I was overreacting. Iris gripped my arm. "But I know what I saw, and it's getting stronger." We fell silent as someone stirred nearby. Eventually, exhaustion overcame fear, and I drifted into a restless sleep, filled with dreams of silent figures walking through mirrors. I woke suddenly to the sound of movement. Opening my eyes, I saw a figure silhouetted against the mesh screen door, someone getting up to leave. In the darkness, it looked like Iris, with her distinctive curly hair outlined in the faint moonlight. I glanced beside me, expecting to find her sleeping mat empty, but Iris was still there, breathing deeply in sleep. My blood froze. Moving with glacial slowness, I sat up, eyes fixed on the figure by the door. It paused, as if sensing my attention, then turned slightly toward me. Though I couldn't make out its features in the darkness, I felt its awareness, its focus shifting to me with terrible precision. For a moment that stretched like eternity, we regarded each other across the shelter. Then, with deliberate slowness, it pushed aside the screen door and stepped outside. I should have woken Iris. I should have stayed in the relative safety of our shelter. Instead, some compulsion drove me to my feet. Heart hammering, I moved to the door and peered out. The figure, Iris's double, stood on the path, looking back at me. The moon had emerged from behind clouds, casting enough light to see that, while it resembled Iris in overall shape and size, something was profoundly wrong with its proportions. Its arms seemed too long, its head slightly misshapen. It raised a hand, not in greeting but in beckoning, then turned and walked toward the bathrooms. "Wait," I called softly, surprising myself. "What are you?" It paused, but didn't turn around. Instead, it continued walking, its movements fluid yet somehow wrong, like a poor imitation of human locomotion. Against all better judgment, I followed it, staying several yards behind. My bare feet were cold against the damp earth as I trailed the figure to the bathroom building. It pushed open the door and disappeared inside. I hesitated at the entrance, every instinct screaming danger. Through the small window, I could see lights were on inside. Finally, gathering my courage, I pushed the door open. The bathroom was empty. I checked each stall, looked behind the shower curtains, even peered out the small window at the back. Nothing. Whatever I had followed had vanished. As I turned to leave, movement in the large mirror above the sinks caught my eye. I froze, watching in horror as my reflection acted independently, turning its head to track something I couldn't see. Then it smiled, a terrible, wrong smile that I wasn't making, and raised one finger to its lips in a shushing gesture. I stumbled backward, colliding with the paper towel dispenser. My reflection moved normally again, mimicking my startled reaction. Had I imagined it? Shaking, I rushed back to our shelter, only to find chaos had erupted in my absence. Girls were crowded around Iris's sleeping mat where she sat rigid with terror. "She was here," Iris was saying, her voice high with panic. "She stood right over me looking down. She had my face." Several girls were trying to calm her while others had backed away, clearly frightened themselves. When Iris saw me, she pointed accusingly. "You were with it. I saw you follow it outside." All eyes turned to me. I thought it was you getting up," I stammered. "I followed because I was worried." No one spoke for a long moment. Then Nina asked the question we were all thinking. What's happening to us? By morning, word of the night's events had spread throughout the camp. The boys, initially skeptical, became more concerned when several of them admitted to seeing strange reflections in windows and puddles, faces watching them that didn't belong to anyone at camp. Miss Rivera called an emergency meeting in the mess hall. Her professional demeanor had cracked, revealing genuine worry beneath. "I understand many of you are experiencing unusual phenomena," she began carefully. "The camp director assures me this is likely the result of a combination of factors: unfamiliar surroundings, group anxiety, and possibly mild hallucinations from the fever affecting some students." No one looked convinced. "The good news," she continued, "is that the roads should be clear by mid-afternoon. Buses will arrive to take us home around 4 o'clock. I'm asking everyone to stay in groups today and report anything unusual to an adult immediately." After breakfast, I visited Haley in the infirmary. Her fever had broken overnight, but she looked exhausted, with dark circles under her eyes. "They've been coming," she whispered when I sat beside her cot. "At night, when the nurse falls asleep, people who look like us but aren't. They stand in the corners and watch." I told her about following Iris's double to the bathroom, about what I'd seen in the mirror. Saying it aloud in daylight should have made it seem absurd, but Haley nodded as if it confirmed her own experiences. "There's something Mr. Byrne didn't finish telling us," she said. "I overheard him talking to another counselor yesterday. This camp, it wasn't just built on native land. It was built on what they called a mirror place, somewhere the boundary between worlds is damaged." "What does that mean?" Haley leaned closer. "It means things can cross over, take shapes from our memories, our perceptions, create doubles. But why? What do they want?" She gripped my hand, her palm cold despite her recent fever. "To replace us, one by one." The rest of the morning passed in tense anticipation of departure. The camp staff kept us busy with simple indoor activities, but no one could focus. Every reflection, every shadow drew suspicious glances. Shortly after lunch, Mr. Kendall received a call that visibly relieved him. "The buses are on their way," he announced. "Everyone please pack your belongings and be ready at the main lodge by 3:30. As we returned to our shelters to gather our things, an eerie stillness had fallen over the camp. Even the birds had gone quiet. Inside our shelter, Iris was already packing, her movements quick and nervous. "I just want to go home," she said when she saw me. "I never want to see this place again." I nodded, stuffing my damp sleeping bag into its compression sack. "Did you sleep at all after, you know?" "No." She zipped her duffel bag with unnecessary force. "And I'm never coming back to these woods, ever." As we worked, Nina approached us, her expression troubled. "Have either of you seen Brooke? She was supposed to help me clean up our corner, but I can't find her anywhere." I frowned. "Have you checked the infirmary? Maybe her fever came back." "Already looked. Miss Patel hasn't seen her since morning check." A familiar unease crept up my spine. "Let's go find Miss Rivera." We found our teacher outside the main lodge, checking names off a list. Her face grew serious when we explained about Brooke's disappearance. "She's probably just wandered off to the craft room or nature center," she said, but her tone lacked conviction. "I'll have the staff search the buildings. You girls stay here where I can see you." As the minutes ticked by, more staff joined the search for Brooke. Mr. Byrne organized the students into the main lodge, where we sat in uncomfortable silence, avoiding each other's eyes. Every time the door opened, we looked up expectantly, but Brooke didn't appear. At 3 o'clock, with the buses due any minute, Mr. Kendall made a decision. "Most of you will return home as planned. A few staff members and I will remain behind with Miss Rivera to continue searching for Brooke. Her parents have been notified and are on their way." Relief at leaving mixed with guilt about abandoning the search. As we filed out of the lodge toward the waiting buses, I glanced back at the camp that had terrified us for 4 days. In a window of the main building, I caught a glimpse of a familiar face. Brooke watching us leave, her expression blank. I blinked, and she was gone. On the bus, Iris sat beside me, Haley across the aisle. None of us spoke as the camp disappeared behind us, swallowed by the dense forest. It wasn't until we were on the main highway that Iris finally broke the silence. "They found her, didn't they? That's why they're letting us leave." I didn't answer. I couldn't be certain what I'd seen in that window, if it was really Brooke, or something wearing her appearance like a poorly fitting mask. The weeks following our return from Camp Pinewood passed in a blur of normalcy that felt almost surreal after our experiences. Parents had been told that a stomach virus had swept through the camp, explaining the extended stay and multiple illnesses. Brooke had apparently been found hiding in a storage closet, suffering from fever-induced confusion. At least that was the official story. But things weren't right. Anyone who had been at camp could sense it. First, there were the subtle changes in Brooke. She returned to school 3 days after us, quieter than before, with a new habit of staring at her reflection whenever she passed a mirror or window. She avoided those of us who had been in her shelter, sitting with different friends at lunch. Then came the incidents with Iris. Twice in 1 week, her mother called the school because Iris hadn't come home, only for Iris to insist she had never left the building. A teacher reported seeing her in 2 places simultaneously. Friends described conversations with her that she had no memory of. Haley and I tried to discuss what was happening, but each conversation left us more confused and frightened. We had experienced something impossible, something that defied rational explanation. Yet life expected us to continue as if nothing had changed. "I keep seeing things in reflections," Haley confessed one afternoon as we walked home. "Movements that shouldn't be there, faces watching me." I nodded, having experienced the same. Do you think they followed us home?" Haley didn't answer immediately. When she did, her voice was barely audible. "I think they were always here. We just didn't know how to see them until Camp Pinewood showed us." A month after our return, Miss Rivera didn't come to school. The principal announced she had taken an indefinite leave of absence for health reasons. Rumors spread that she had suffered some kind of breakdown, repeatedly claiming that her reflection was trying to climb out of her bathroom mirror. 3 days later, Iris didn't come to school. This time, when her mother called, it wasn't because Iris was missing. It was because she had woken to find 2 identical daughters in her home, both claiming to be the real Iris, both with identical memories and mannerisms. The school counselor called an emergency meeting for all students who had attended the camp. In clinical terms, she explained the concept of mass hysteria and shared psychotic disorder, assuring us that what we had experienced was a product of suggestion and group anxiety, not supernatural phenomena. Few were convinced. After school, Haley and I visited Iris at her home. Her mother let us in with a strained smile, explaining that Iris was resting but could see us briefly. She didn't mention the incident with the double, and we didn't ask. Iris was sitting by her bedroom window, staring out at nothing in particular. She'd lost weight, and her usually lively eyes seemed dull. "Hey," she said when we entered, not turning from the window. "How's school?" We made awkward small talk for a few minutes before Haley finally addressed what we were all thinking about. "Has it happened again, since that morning?" Iris nodded slowly. "They're getting better at it, more convincing. Last night, even I couldn't tell which was the reflection and which was me." She finally turned to face us. "I think next time, I might be the one who disappears." "Don't say that," I urged. "We'll figure this out." But Iris just smiled sadly. "You can't fight what you don't understand. And we're just kids. No one believes us." As we left, Iris's mother pulled us aside in the hallway. "Did she seem normal to you?" she whispered, eyes darting toward the bedroom door. The question chilled me to the bone. "What do you mean?" "She's been different since that camp. Distant. Sometimes I walk into a room and don't recognize her expression, like someone else is looking through her eyes." She gripped my arm. "The doctors say it's just trauma from getting lost in the woods. But they didn't see what I saw that morning. 2 identical girls. Both my daughter in every way." "Which one stayed?" Haley asked softly. Iris's mother released my arm, her eyes suddenly guarded. "My daughter stayed, of course. The other disappeared when I called the police." She straightened, composing herself. "Forgive me. The stress has been tremendous. Thank you for visiting." As the front door closed behind us, Haley and I exchanged horrified glances. The same question burned in both our minds. Was the girl we'd just spoken to really Iris, or something that had taken her place? 5 years have passed since Camp Pinewood. I'm in high school now, preparing for college applications and trying to focus on a normal future. But normalcy remains elusive for those of us who experienced those 4 days in the woods. Brooke's family moved away 6 months after our return. I sometimes see her on social media or someone using her accounts. In every photo, she stands slightly apart from others, her smile never quite reaching her eyes. Miss Rivera never returned to teaching. I ran into her once at a grocery store. She was thinner, jumpier, with a new habit of covering mirrors and avoiding reflective surfaces. She pretended not to recognize me. Haley and I have remained friends, bound by our shared experience and unspoken fear. We developed coping mechanisms, never looking too long at reflections, avoiding forests and standing water, staying in well-lit areas whenever possible. Small precautions that probably do nothing but make us feel safer. Iris's story is the hardest to tell. 3 months after our visit to her home, her mother found her room empty one morning. A massive search turned up nothing. The official conclusion was runaway or abduction, but those of us who knew the truth recognized what had really happened. Whatever had been studying us at camp had finally perfected its imitation and taken her place. The thing wearing Iris's appearance attended school for another week before disappearing as well. I sometimes wonder if it moved on to another target, or simply returned to whatever place it came from, its purpose fulfilled. I've researched mirror folklore extensively in the years since, learning that virtually every culture has myths about reflections and doubles. The Japanese call them mononoke, the Germans doppelgangers, the Egyptians ka, different names for the same phenomenon, entities that watch us from reflective surfaces, learning to become us. Most nights, I can convince myself it was all just a shared delusion, the product of suggestible young minds in a strange environment. But then I'll catch a glimpse of movement in a storefront window, or see my reflection hesitate a microsecond too long, and the old fear returns full force. Last week my mother commented that I seemed different lately. More confident, she said, but somehow changed. I smiled and thanked her for the compliment while my heart raced with terror. Had she noticed something I hadn't? Was I still myself? Or had I already been replaced without realizing it? The most disturbing theory, the one that keeps me awake on the darkest nights, is that there was nothing supernatural at Camp Pinewood at all. No mirror entities, no boundary between worlds. Just the terrifying realization that identity is fragile, that with enough pressure in the right environment, we can fracture into versions of ourselves we no longer recognize. I avoid school reunions and rarely look up old classmates online. I'm afraid of what I might see in their faces, or what they might see in mine. Some questions are better left unanswered, some reflections better left unexamined. But sometimes when I'm alone, I find myself drawn to mirrors despite my fear. I stand before my reflection and search for signs that something isn't right. A movement out of sync, an expression I didn't make. So far, my reflection has remained faithful. So far. But Camp Pinewood taught me that reflections lie. That what looks back at us from mirrored surfaces isn't always what it seems. And sometimes, when the light hits just right, I swear I can see something moving in the depths beyond my reflection. Patient, watchful, waiting for its moment to step through. My name is Dorian Finch, and in 2017, I took my RV up to the remote corners of Kluane National Park in the Yukon Territory. I figured that after years of crunching numbers as an accountant, a little adventure might do me some good. Always the guy behind the desk, I wanted to be the guy behind the wheel for once. The drive was long but breathtaking. Towering mountains draped in glaciers loomed over dense forests, and the air was so crisp it felt like a tonic. I parked my RV at a secluded spot near a pristine lake, the kind of place you'd see on a postcard. It was just me, the wilderness, and a stack of mystery novels I'd been meaning to read. On the second day, I met a fellow camper named Hank, a grizzled old-timer with a beard that could house a family of birds. He was full of stories about the area. "You picked a heck of a spot, Dorian," he said. "Not many folks come out this far. Keeps the riffraff out." "Well, except for us accountants seeking thrills," I quipped. He chuckled. "Just keep an eye out for the wildlife. Bears around here have a sweet tooth for city folk." We shared a laugh, and he offered me some freshly caught trout before heading back to his campsite. That night, I cooked the fish over a campfire, feeling more content than I had in years. The stars overhead were so bright, they seemed to poke holes in the sky. The following morning, I decided to hike a nearby trail Hank had mentioned. It was supposedly an old trading route used by First Nations people, rarely trodden these days. Armed with a map, a compass, and my questionable sense of direction, I set off. The trail started innocently enough. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, dappling the forest floor with patches of gold. Birds called overhead, their songs echoing through the trees. I inhaled deeply, savoring the scent of pine and earth. This was exactly what I'd been craving, pure, unadulterated nature. About an hour into the hike, I stumbled upon something unusual, a series of wooden carvings hanging from the trees. They were intricate, depicting various animals and symbols I didn't recognize. One looked like a wolf intertwined with vines. Another was a raven with outstretched wings. "Local art installation?" I mused aloud. "Banksy, eat your heart out." But as I ventured deeper, the carvings became more frequent and more unsettling. One showed a human figure with antlers surrounded by flames. Another depicted a face with hollow eyes and an open mouth, as if screaming. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the northern air. The trail narrowed, hemmed in by dense underbrush. The cheerful bird song had faded, replaced by an oppressive silence. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. I glanced at my watch. I'd been hiking for nearly 2 hours. Perhaps it was time to head back. Deciding it was best to turn around, I pivoted only to hear a rustling in the bushes behind me. Probably just a squirrel on steroids, I told myself, picking up the pace. The rustling grew louder, now accompanied by the unmistakable sound of footsteps. I glanced over my shoulder but saw nothing. The forest seemed denser than before, the trees pressing in like silent onlookers. "Hello? Is someone there?" I called out. No response, just the wind whispering through the branches. I continued walking, my casual stroll now a hurried stride. Then I saw it, a figure darting between the trees. Too large for an animal, too swift for a casual hiker. "Okay, Dorian, time to break that personal best in the 100-meter dash," I muttered. I broke into a jog, then a run. The footsteps behind me quickened. My heart pounded in my chest like a frantic drum solo. In my haste, I tripped over an exposed root and went sprawling onto the ground. "Great, taken down by a tree's toe," I groaned. As I scrambled to my feet, a man emerged from the trees. He was tall and gaunt, wearing tattered clothes stained with dirt. And was that blood? His hair was wild, a tangled mane that framed a face etched with grime and something else. Malice. "Lost?" he asked, a crooked grin spreading across his face. "Just heading back to my campsite," I replied, trying to keep my voice steady. "Beautiful day for a hike, isn't it?" He tilted his head, eyes narrowing. "You shouldn't be here." "Funny, I was just thinking the same thing," I said, attempting a disarming smile. He took a step closer. I noticed he was holding something, a hunting knife, its blade glinting ominously. "Folks around here don't take kindly to trespassers," he said. "Trespassing? I thought this was a national park," I replied, inching backward. "Belongs to those who respect the land," he hissed. His eyes were the most unnerving part, pale blue, almost colorless, like ice that had forgotten it was once water. They didn't blink as often as they should. His gaze traveled down to my hiking boots, then back up to my face, assessing me like a butcher sizing up a cut of meat. I decided then that conversation was overrated. Spinning on my heel, I bolted down the path. Adrenaline surged through me, and for a moment, I felt like an Olympic sprinter, minus the cheering crowd and the gold medal. Behind me, I heard him give chase. His footsteps were heavy, but he was fast, too fast. The trail forked, and without thinking, I veered left. Bad choice. The path led to a steep incline strewn with rocks. I scrambled upward, my legs burning with effort. "Can't run forever," he shouted. "Watch me," I yelled back, though I doubted the wisdom of taunting a knife-wielding maniac. My breath came in ragged gasps, the taste of copper filling my mouth. The undergrowth clawed at my clothes, branches slapped my face. I risked a glance back. He was gaining, moving with the fluid grace of someone who knew this terrain intimately. Reaching the top of the incline, I spotted a dilapidated cabin nestled among the trees. Smoke curled lazily from a makeshift chimney. Maybe someone inside could help, I thought, ignoring the warning bells clanging in my head. I sprinted toward the cabin and banged on the door. "Hello? Is anyone home? I need help." No answer. The door was ajar, and without hesitation, I pushed it open and stumbled inside. The cabin's interior hit me like a physical blow. Animal skulls adorned the walls, deer, wolf, bear, their empty eye sockets seeming to follow my movements. Pelts were stretched across wooden frames, some still wet with something. The stench of decay was overpowering, a rancid miasma that coated the back of my throat. On a wooden table lay various tools, skinning knives, bone saws, pliers, some rusty, others ominously clean. Jars filled with unidentifiable substances lined crude shelves. In one corner, a bundle of clothing lay in a heap. I noticed with rising horror that the fabric was torn and stained dark brown. "Well, this isn't the cozy cottage I was hoping for," I whispered. A quick survey of the room revealed no weapons besides the grisly tools, but I grabbed a hefty-looking fireplace poker. Footsteps approached the doorway, deliberate and unhurried. Come out, wherever you are," the man sang mockingly. I pressed myself against the wall beside the door, holding my breath. My palms were slick with sweat, heart hammering against my ribs like it was trying to escape. Sweat trickled down my spine despite the chill. As he stepped inside, I swung the poker with all my might. It connected with his forearm, causing him to drop the knife. He let out a deep, rage-filled shout. Before he could recover, I darted past him, knocking over a shelf of jars. They crashed to the floor, spilling their contents, a viscous liquid that smelled of rot and something darker. "You're only making it worse for yourself," he roared. I didn't stick around for further discussion. Racing back down the trail, I aimed for a different route, hoping to throw him off. My mind was a whirlwind of fear and disbelief. Next time, Dorian, maybe stick to beaches and pina coladas, I told myself. As I ran, the forest seemed to close in around me. Shadows stretched longer than they should have, and sounds became muffled, as if the woods themselves were conspiring with my pursuer. The air grew thick, each breath harder to draw than the last. I veered off the path, hoping to lose him in the dense underbrush. Thorns tore at my clothes, leaving stinging welts on my exposed skin. The ground dipped suddenly, and I found myself sliding down a muddy embankment, desperately grasping at roots and rocks to slow my descent. Landing hard at the bottom, I lay still for a moment, assessing the damage. Nothing broken, but my right ankle throbbed ominously. I pushed myself up, wincing at the pain that shot through my leg. The fall had taken me into a small ravine, sheltered by overhanging rock and thick vegetation. As I caught my breath, something caught my eye, a hint of unnatural color in the browns and greens of the forest floor. Limping closer, my stomach dropped. A shoe, not unlike my own hiking boot, protruded from beneath a pile of freshly turned earth and hastily gathered leaves. With trembling hands, I brushed away some of the covering. I stumbled upon a grisly sight, a shallow grave with a partially buried body. The exposed hand was pale, lifeless, the fingers curled as if still grasping for escape. The wrist bore a watch with a cracked face, stopped at 10:37. Nearby, a backpack lay ripped open, its contents strewn about, a map, a water bottle, and a journal. The journal's pages fluttered in the slight breeze, revealing neat handwriting transformed into frantic scrawls toward the end. I picked it up, my hand shaking so badly I could barely turn the pages. The final entry read, "I think someone's following me. Been hearing footsteps for the past hour. Probably just paranoid, but I'm heading back to camp. This place feels wrong somehow." Swallowing hard, I forced myself to keep moving. The reality of the danger was now stark and undeniable. This wasn't some territorial local trying to scare off tourists. This was something far more sinister. I tried to orient myself, to remember which direction would lead me back to my RV. The trees thinned ahead, suggesting a clearing. Hope surged through me. Perhaps I'd stumbled upon a campsite, maybe even Hank's. The trees opened up to reveal a small meadow. In the center stood a modestly sized tent, a camping chair, and the cold remains of a fire. But something was wrong. The tent flapped open, its entrance torn. The chair lay on its side, and the fire pit had been scattered, as if someone had kicked through it in a hurry. "No," I whispered, recognizing the distinctive red and gray pattern of Hank's tent. I approached cautiously, calling out his name. Silence answered. The tent was slashed to ribbons, and blood stained the ground nearby, dark, almost black against the trampled grass. A fishing rod lay broken beside the fire pit, and Hank's prized hunting knife, which he'd shown me proudly the day before, was embedded in a nearby tree trunk. "No, not Hank," I whispered. A noise behind me made me spin around. The man was there, his eyes wild, a second knife in his hand. He'd pursued me at a measured pace, confident in his knowledge of the terrain. Now he stood between me and the path back to safety, his thin lips curved in a smile that didn't reach his cold eyes. "Why are you doing this?" I shouted, my voice cracking with fear and exhaustion. He grinned. "The land demands sacrifice." "Look, if it's about the trout, I can catch you another one," I said, hysteria creeping into my voice. He charged forward, swinging the blade. I dodged, but not fast enough. A searing pain shot through my arm as the knife grazed me. Warm blood trickled down to my fingertips, each drop a reminder of my mortality. In a panic, I grabbed the fallen camping chair and hurled it at him. It struck his shoulder, causing him to stumble. Seizing the moment, I sprinted toward what I hoped was the direction of my RV, which was mercifully visible through the trees. My keys were in my pocket, and I fumbled to retrieve them, nearly dropping them in my haste. The forest blurred around me as I ran, my injured ankle protesting with every step. Behind me, I could hear him crashing through the underbrush, his breathing heavy but controlled. He wasn't tiring. If anything, the chase seemed to invigorate him. Reaching the RV, I yanked the door open and jumped inside, slamming it shut just as he reached me. He pounded on the door, the window, his face a mask of fury pressed against the glass. His fist left smears of something dark, blood that wasn't his own. "There's nowhere to go," he screamed, his voice muffled by the barrier between us. "Funny, this thing's got wheels," I muttered, jamming the key into the ignition. The engine sputtered, coughed, then finally roared to life. I threw it into gear and hit the gas. The RV lurched forward, knocking him aside. In the rearview mirror, I saw him pick himself up, a look of sheer hatred etched on his face. He began to run after the vehicle, moving with inhuman speed. The road was rough, but I didn't care. Branches scraped against the sides of the RV as I barreled down the unpaved path. My hands shook, blood from the cut on my arm staining the steering wheel. The wound throbbed in time with my racing heart. The trail widened, and I pushed the accelerator harder. The RV protested, its frame not designed for this kind of treatment, but I was beyond caring about mechanical integrity. All that mattered was putting distance between myself and that walking nightmare. A glance in the side mirror showed the man still in pursuit, though falling behind now. His determination was terrifying. What kind of person chases a motor vehicle on foot with such relentless purpose? The trail curved sharply, and I nearly lost control. The RV tilted alarmingly, two wheels briefly leaving the ground before slamming back down. My head hit the ceiling, and I tasted blood where I'd bitten my tongue. Come on, I urged the vehicle, patting the dashboard like it was a reluctant horse. After what felt like an eternity, I reached the main road. The sudden transition from rutted trail to smooth asphalt was jarring. I swerved, overcorrected, then finally straightened out. The speedometer climbed as I headed toward civilization, toward normality, toward safety. My mind raced faster than the RV. What had I stumbled into? Who was that man, and how many others had he hunted through those woods? The images from the cabin flashed through my mind, the tools, the pelts, the jars. I remembered Hank's campsite, the blood staining the ground, and worst of all, that shallow grave with its pale, accusing hand. I drove straight to the nearest town, a small community called Haines Junction. The sight of buildings, of streetlights, of people going about their ordinary lives nearly undid me. I parked haphazardly outside the local police station, not caring that I took up 3 spaces. Bursting through the doors, I must have been a sight. Clothes torn, face scratched, blood drying on my arm. The officer at the desk rose immediately, hand instinctively moving to his holster. "Sir, are you all right?" he asked, his voice seeming to come from very far away. "There's a man, in the woods. He tried to kill me." The words tumbled out in disjointed fragments. "He's killed others. There's a body. And Hank." The room tilted alarmingly, and I felt strong hands guiding me to a chair. Someone pressed a bottle of water into my hand, and I drank greedily, only now realizing how parched I was. An officer named Sergeant Billings listened attentively as I recounted everything in a rushing torrent of words. His weathered face grew increasingly grim as my story unfolded. "We've had reports of missing hikers in that area," he said gravely when I'd finished. "Sounds like you had a close call." They dispatched a team to investigate immediately. A paramedic cleaned and bandaged my arm while I waited, the shallow knife wound requiring 5 stitches. I provided a detailed description of the man, the cabin, and the locations of both Hank's campsite and the shallow grave I'd discovered. Hours later, Sergeant Billings returned. His expression told me everything before he spoke. "We found the cabin," he said, "but it had been set ablaze, reduced to smoldering ruins. No sign of the man or the bodies." "He's covering his tracks," I whispered. Billings nodded grimly. "But we'll find him. We've got search teams combing the area, and we've alerted Border Patrol. He won't get far." I wanted to believe him, but the memory of those cold blue eyes, so certain, so purposeful, made me doubt. That man knew those woods in a way the police never would. He was part of them somehow, as much a feature of the landscape as the trees and rocks. They put me up in a local motel for the night, posting an officer outside my door. Despite the exhaustion that pulled at my limbs, sleep eluded me. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that face, heard that voice. The land demands sacrifice. Days later, I learned that the man was believed to be Elias Crowther, a former wildlife guide who went off the grid years ago. Sergeant Billings showed me an old photograph, a younger, cleaner version of my attacker, but with the same unsettling eyes. He used to be one of the best guides in the territory, Billings explained. Knew the land better than anyone. Then he started getting strange, talking about the spirit of the wilderness and how modern visitors were desecrating sacred ground. What happened to him? I asked. No one knows for sure. Rumor had it he became obsessed with ancient rituals, believing that sacrifices were needed to protect the land from outsiders. He disappeared about 5 years ago. Most folks thought he'd gone south or died in the woods. Further investigation revealed a disturbing pattern. Over the past 4 years, 7 hikers had gone missing in Cluine National Park. All were solo travelers, mostly men, typically experienced outdoorsmen who wouldn't easily get lost. The authorities had attributed the disappearances to wildlife attacks, exposure, or simply the vast, unforgiving nature of the Yukon wilderness. Now they were reopening those cases. The search for Elias Crowther continued, but the Yukon is a vast place. Thousands of square miles of pristine wilderness where a man who knows how to survive could disappear indefinitely. They found evidence of other campsites he'd used, all similarly equipped with tools for butchery, but no sign of the man himself. After giving my official statement, there was nothing more I could do. The cut on my arm would heal, leaving a scar to remind me of my brush with death. The nightmares, I suspected, would take longer to fade. In the final line of the report I was shown, it stated, Elias Crowther remains at large, driven by delusions that demand offerings to the wilderness he worships. I left the Yukon the next day, the open road ahead and a newfound appreciation for the predictable dangers of city life. As I crossed the border back into the lower 48, I felt a weight lift from my shoulders. Distance, I hoped, would dilute the terror of those hours in the woods. But sometimes, on restless nights when sleep won't come, I find myself thinking about Elias Crowther. Is he still out there, moving through the trees like a shadow? Are there new carvings hanging from branches, new shallow graves hidden beneath the forest floor? How many more unwitting sacrifices has the land demanded through his hands? I think about Hank, too. His easy laugh, his generous spirit. I wonder if anyone visits his final resting place, wherever that might be. I wonder if anyone remembers him besides me. The experience changed me in ways I'm still discovering. I no longer see wilderness as benign or beautiful. There's something primitive and uncompromising about true wilderness that modern humans have forgotten. We visit it like tourists, expecting it to welcome us, to bend to our will. We forget that for most of human history, the wild was something to be feared, respected, and ultimately survived. I returned to my accounting job, finding comfort in its predictability. Numbers don't lie. They don't hunt you through the woods or hang carvings from trees as warnings. They don't demand sacrifice. But sometimes, when I'm walking through a city park and the shadows lengthen, I find myself quickening my pace. When branches scrape against my apartment window on windy nights, I lie awake, listening. And when I meet someone new and they smile, I find myself studying their eyes, looking for that particular coldness I saw in Elias Crowther's gaze. In the official reports, in the newspapers, my story was sanitized. A disturbed man attacking hikers, a narrow escape. But I know the truth was darker, older somehow. There was something in those woods that wasn't just Elias Crowther, something that had claimed him long before he tried to claim me. The final update I received from Sergeant Billings came 6 months later. They'd found another campsite, another victim, but still no sign of Crowther himself. The email ended with what I suppose was meant to be reassurance. We'll catch him eventually. Men like that make mistakes. I wasn't so sure. Some men become so entwined with the darkness they serve that they cease to be men at all. They become something else, something that doesn't make human mistakes, because it has forgotten what humanity means. I never replied to that email. What could I say? That I believed Elias Crowther would never be caught. That he had become something beyond the reach of human justice, a force of nature, a dark spirit of the wilderness itself. Instead, I closed the file, deleted the email, and tried to move on. But I never returned to the outdoors, and I never will. Some sacrifices, it seems, the land does receive, even from those who escape its grasp. I don't tell this story very often, as it makes me look like I've lost my grip on reality. My name is Ross, and I'm from a small coastal town in the UK. The events I'm about to describe happened in late 2006, when I was 23 and trying to figure out what to do with my life. I had graduated university with a degree in communications that wasn't opening many doors, so I was working at the local Blockbuster video store while applying for real jobs in the evenings. Before everything changed, my life was remarkably ordinary. I lived in a cramped flat above a fish and chip shop, which meant my clothes perpetually smelled of vinegar and grease. The flat had one bedroom, a bathroom where the shower always ran cold after 4 minutes, and a combination kitchen living room with just enough space for a futon and a small television. I couldn't afford cable, so I'd bring home movies from work, watching 3 or 4 a night until I fell asleep. My parents lived about 2 hours away and called every Sunday, asking if I'd found a proper job yet. They meant well, but those conversations always left me feeling inadequate. My friends from university had scattered across the country, some landing impressive positions in London while others pursued graduate degrees. I maintained the appearance of being fine with my situation, but underneath, anxiety gnawed at me constantly. The Blockbuster where I worked sat in a strip mall between a discount grocery store and a charity shop. The building had been constructed in the 1980s and never properly updated. The fluorescent lights buzzed incessantly, and the blue carpeting had worn thin in high-traffic areas. But there was something comforting about the place, with its rows of DVD cases and the smell of microwave popcorn that permeated everything. Most days passed uneventfully. I'd help customers find films, process returns, and recommend new releases based on their preferences. I became oddly skilled at predicting what people would enjoy, which gave me a small sense of purpose. The manager, an older man named Vince, was impressed enough with my work ethic to promote me to shift supervisor after just 3 months. Little did I know that my unremarkable life was about to take a turn into territory I still struggled to comprehend. Wednesdays were delivery days at Blockbuster. The store would receive shipments of new releases and promotional materials, transforming the back room into a cardboard labyrinth. As shift supervisor, I was responsible for processing these deliveries, which meant arriving at 7 a.m., 2 hours before opening. The morning of October 18th, 2006, began like any other Wednesday. I arrived sleep-deprived after staying up until 2 a.m. watching a horror film marathon. The sky was still dark, and a fine mist hung in the air as I unlocked the store's back entrance. I flipped on the lights, started the coffee machine, and began breaking down boxes from the previous week's delivery. At 8 a.m., Jenna arrived. She was a university student working part-time, with dark hair usually pulled into a messy ponytail and a perpetually exhausted expression. We had developed a comfortable working relationship over the past few months, often covering for each other when one of us needed time off. "Morning," she mumbled, dropping her bag behind the counter and pouring herself coffee into a chipped mug with the Blockbuster logo. "Delivery day again." "Should be a big one," I replied. "New horror releases for Halloween." The delivery truck arrived at 8:30, earlier than usual. The driver, a burly man with a salt and pepper beard, seemed in a hurry. He practically threw the boxes at me before speeding off. There were more boxes than normal, nearly 30 of them stacked haphazardly on pallets. "Christ," Jenna said, surveying the mountain of cardboard. "We'll be here all day unpacking this lot." We divided the work. Jenna would handle the backroom organization while I processed the new releases at the front counter. By the time we opened at 9 a.m., the store resembled a makeshift fortress of cardboard boxes and plastic wrapping. The morning rush was minimal. A few elderly customers returning movies they'd watched the night before, and a mother with 2 small children looking for animated films. By noon, the store was empty, giving us time to focus on the delivery. I knelt behind the counter, unpacking a box of video games, when I noticed something strange. The usually oppressive fluorescent lights seemed to dim slightly, and the constant hum of the refrigerator housing energy drinks faded away. The air felt heavier, thicker somehow, as if the barometric pressure had suddenly changed. I looked up, expecting to see Jenna, but the store appeared empty, and that's when I first noticed something was off. A small section of DVDs had been rearranged. Horror films mixed with children's movies, their spines forming a peculiar pattern that almost resembled a symbol or letter in a language I didn't recognize. "Jenna," I called out, "did you reorganize these films?" No answer came. I stood up, my knees cracking after being crouched for so long, and walked to the DVD section. Upon closer inspection, the pattern disappeared, just movies slightly out of order. I convinced myself a customer must have browsed and not replaced them properly. Little did I know this was only the first sign of what was to come. The following week brought subtle changes to the store's atmosphere. I began noticing small discrepancies when I arrived each morning. Items moved from where I'd left them the previous night. DVD cases facing backward on shelves. The break room coffee mug I always used would be in the sink, still warm, though I was the first to arrive. October 24th marked the first truly unsettling incident. I was alone in the store during a particularly slow Tuesday afternoon. Rain pounded against the windows, deterring customers. I decided to use the time to inventory the horror section, which had been increasingly popular as Halloween approached. As I worked my way through the H directors, methodically checking each case against our inventory list, I felt watched. Not the casual observation of a customer browsing nearby, but an intense scrutiny that raised the fine hairs on my arms and neck. I turned around quickly, expecting to find someone standing behind me. The store was empty. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the quiet space. "Anyone here?" Only the hum of the fluorescent lights answered me. I returned to my task, but the sensation persisted. When I reached the end of the row, I noticed a DVD case lying on the floor several feet away. I was certain it hadn't been there moments before. Walking over, I picked it up. The Tenant, by Roman Polanski, a film about a man who becomes convinced the previous tenant of his apartment was driven to suicide by his neighbors. I had no memory of this film being part of our inventory. When I opened the case instead of a DVD, I found a folded piece of paper. On it, in cramped, spidery handwriting, was written a single line: "I'm watching you count." My heart hammered against my ribs. I dropped the case and spun around, scanning every corner of the store. Nothing seemed out of place. No customers had entered. The electronic chime would have alerted me. I rushed to the security monitor behind the counter, frantically reviewing the footage from the past hour. The grainy black and white images showed only me, moving between shelves, occasionally glancing over my shoulder at nothing. The paper was real, though. I held it in my trembling hand, the ink slightly smudged where my sweaty fingers had touched it. I called Vince immediately and asked if anyone else had access to the store. He assured me only staff had keys, and the security system would record any entry. When I mentioned the note, he suggested it was probably a prank by one of the teenage employees or perhaps a customer who had slipped it into the case earlier. His rational explanation calmed me somewhat, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. That night, I double-checked all locks before leaving and made sure the security system was armed. Sleep didn't come easily. Every creak in my flat made me bolt upright. By morning, exhaustion had transformed my fear into irritation. Someone was clearly trying to frighten me, and I was determined to discover who. Wednesday, October 25th. Another delivery day. I arrived early, fighting fatigue after a nearly sleepless night. The delivery was massive, even larger than the previous weeks. Halloween preparations were in full swing, with special displays and promotional materials for horror movie marathons. Jenna had called in sick, which meant I was alone until Rita, another part-timer, arrived at noon. The morning stretched before me like an endless task, unpacking boxes and processing new releases, while also managing the register whenever customers appeared. By 11:30, I had transformed the store into a labyrinth of cardboard boxes. The counter was barely visible behind stacks of new releases waiting to be entered into the system. I knelt behind this makeshift wall, scanning barcodes and entering information into our antiquated computer system. The morning had been busy enough to distract me from yesterday's unsettling experience. The rhythm of routine work lulled me into a sense of normalcy. Scan, type, stack, scan, type, stack. That's when I felt it. A sudden drop in temperature. October in England is never warm, but this was different. The air around me seemed to crystallize, becoming so cold it hurt to inhale. The fluorescent lights overhead flickered once, twice, and then stabilized, but dimmer than before. I looked up from my position behind the counter. There, on the counter surface, was what I can only describe as a disturbing sight. A figure stood there, not the fantastical creature I initially remembered in my state of shock, but a person, a very real, very human person, though one of the most unsettling individuals I've ever encountered. He was extraordinarily thin, almost emaciated, wearing what appeared to be a fitted red suit that hung loosely on his frame. Wire-rimmed glasses perched on a nose that seemed too sharp, too pointed to be natural. His skin had an unhealthy pallor, nearly translucent under the store's poor lighting. But most disturbing were his eyes. They reflected light like an animal's might in the dark, with pupils that seemed to absorb rather than reflect. In his bony hands, he held a small leather-bound notebook and an antique-looking fountain pen. He was writing something, the pen scratching against paper with a sound that seemed impossibly loud in the quiet store. I remained frozen, partly concealed by the boxes, unable to process what I was seeing. This person, this man, hadn't entered through the front door. The chime would have sounded. He couldn't have come through the back either. I would have heard the security door. Yet here he stood, writing calmly, as if his presence was the most natural thing in the world. My pulse quickened to the point where I felt lightheaded. The edges of my vision darkened, and I gripped the edge of the counter to steady myself. A wave of nausea washed over me, and I swallowed repeatedly to keep from vomiting. The man stopped writing. Slowly, deliberately, he placed his pen beside the notebook and looked directly at me. A smile spread across his face, not warm or friendly, but knowing, intimate, as if we shared a secret. He looked at me over the rim of his glasses and winked. Then, in a movement too quick to follow, he was gone. Not through a door or window, simply gone, as if he'd never been there at all. Only the lingering cold air suggested anything had happened. Seconds later, the front door chimed, and Rita walked in, shaking raindrops from her umbrella. "God, it's miserable out there," she said, then paused, looking at me with concern. "Are you okay? You look absolutely ghostly." I mumbled something about feeling unwell and retreated to the back office. There I sat drinking coffee with shaking hands for nearly an hour, trying to rationalize what I'd seen. Stress, exhaustion. Perhaps I'd fallen asleep momentarily and dreamed the whole thing. But one question kept returning. What had he been writing in that notebook? The hours following the encounter passed in a blur. I functioned on autopilot, helping customers and processing returns while my mind raced through possible explanations. By closing time, I had convinced myself I'd experienced some sort of hallucination brought on by stress and sleep deprivation. That explanation was preferable to the alternative, that someone had somehow entered the store undetected and vanished just as mysteriously. I closed alone that night, meticulously checking each aisle and the restrooms before locking up. The drive home felt longer than usual. the darkness pressing against my car windows like a living thing. I kept checking my rearview mirror, half expecting to see the thin man in red sitting in my back seat. My flat offered little comfort. I turned on every light and checked all the closets and under the bed before finally allowing myself to sit down. For the first time in years, I called my parents outside our Sunday routine. The familiar sound of my mother's voice grounded me somewhat, though I couldn't bring myself to tell her what had happened. Instead, I asked mundane questions about home and listened as she detailed the neighborhood gossip. After hanging up, I turned on the television for background noise and opened my laptop. I searched for information about hallucinations, stress responses, and sleep deprivation symptoms. The clinical descriptions matched some of what I'd experienced, but failed to explain the profound sense of wrongness that had accompanied the man's appearance. Around midnight, exhaustion finally overcame anxiety, and I fell into a restless sleep on the couch. My dreams were filled with red notebooks and scratching pens. I awoke at dawn, neck stiff from the awkward position. Thursday was my day off, but the thought of staying alone in my flat was unbearable. I showered, dressed, and headed to a cafe in town where I spent hours nursing coffees and reading newspapers to distract myself. By afternoon, rational thought began reasserting itself. I had been working too hard, sleeping too little, and watching too many horror films. The approaching Halloween holiday had primed my imagination for the macabre. The man I'd seen was likely a customer who had entered during a moment when I was distracted, and my mind had filled in the blanks with disturbing details. That evening, I forced myself to eat a proper meal and go to bed early. Sleep came more easily than expected, and I woke on Friday feeling almost normal, until I checked my phone. 3 missed calls from Vince and a text message. Call me immediately. Security system recorded something strange last night. I called Vince while still in bed, my heart racing faster with each ring. Ross, he answered immediately. I need you to come in early today. What's happening? I asked, already getting up and searching for clean clothes. Just come in. We need to review the security footage before opening. I arrived at Blockbuster at 7:30 a.m., finding Vince's car already in the parking lot. He was waiting at the back entrance, his usually composed demeanor visibly shaken. Dark circles shadowed his eyes, and his hands trembled slightly as he unlocked the door. I came in early to check the weekend inventory, he explained as we entered. Decided to review some security footage from this week because the alarm system registered an anomaly Wednesday night after closing. In the small office, Vince queued up the footage on the monitor. The timestamp read 3:17 a.m., Thursday morning. The store was dark, illuminated only by the exit signs and the dim security lights. Watch, Vince said, pointing at the screen. For nearly a minute, nothing happened. Then, a section of the store near the horror movies grew noticeably darker, as if the security lights were being absorbed. The darkness took shape, vaguely human-sized, but indistinct. What am I looking at? I whispered. Keep watching. The shadow moved through the store with purpose, stopping at the counter. Then, impossibly, it reached over and opened the register drawer. The camera angle changed to show the counter directly. The drawer was open, but nothing was taken. Instead, something was placed inside, a small object I couldn't identify. I checked the register this morning, Vince said, his voice strained. This was in it. He handed me a small leather-bound notebook, identical to the one I'd seen the thin man writing in. My hands shook as I opened it. The pages were filled with names, dates, and brief notations. I flipped through, recognizing several customer names from our database. Each entry included what appeared to be a brief assessment: potential, insufficient, promising. On the final written page, I found my own name. Beside it, subject demonstrates unusual awareness. Continue observation. The room seemed to tilt around me. I grabbed the edge of the desk to steady myself. Ross, Vince said quietly, what's going on? I told him everything. The strange occurrences over the past week, the man at the counter, the unnatural cold. As I spoke, the skepticism in his expression gradually transformed into concern. I thought it was stress, I concluded, or that I was losing my mind. Vince was silent for a long moment. "I've managed this store for 11 years, he finally said. "Never experienced anything like this. But last month I found a similar notebook. I assumed it belonged to a customer and put it in Lost and Found. It disappeared the next day. What did it contain? Names, staff names with dates and notes. I assumed it was someone's strange way of tracking customer service. Now I'm not so sure." He stood up abruptly. "We should call the police. This is evidence of breaking and entering at minimum." "And tell them what?" I asked. "That a shadow somehow bypassed our security system to leave a cryptic notebook? They'll think we're mad." Vince hesitated, then nodded reluctantly. "You're right, but we need to figure this out. I'm changing the security codes today and installing additional cameras." We spent the next hour combing through the store, looking for anything else unusual. Everything seemed normal until we reached the horror section. There, we found several DVDs arranged in a distinct pattern on the floor, a spiral of cases with their titles forming what seemed like a message when read in sequence. The Watcher, Know You're There, I See You, Final Hour, The List. The implications sent ice through my veins. Someone, or something, was not only watching us, but wanted us to know it. The weekend passed in a state of hypervigilance. Vince installed additional security cameras and changed all the locks. We told the other employees to report anything unusual immediately. I volunteered for extra shifts, driven by a compulsive need to understand what was happening. Sunday night, I was closing with Rita. The store had been quiet all evening, and nothing unusual had occurred. As closing time approached, Rita counted the register while I did a final walkthrough of the aisles. "All clear," I called from the back of the store. "Just need to check the restrooms." The men's restroom was empty. As I approached the women's, I heard something. A faint scratching sound like pen on paper. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. "Rita?" I called out. "Are you in there?" No response. The scratching continued. Fighting every instinct to flee, I pushed the door open slowly. The restroom appeared empty at first glance. 3 stalls with doors closed, sinks, hand dryers. Nothing unusual. Then I noticed water pooling on the floor, spreading outward from the last stall. The scratching sound grew louder. "Hello?" My voice sounded weak, tremulous. "Is someone there?" The scratching stopped abruptly. For several seconds, absolute silence filled the space. Then, from behind the last stall door came a voice, dry and rasping like pages turning. "Recording progress," it said. "Subject continues to demonstrate awareness. Intervention may be necessary." The stall door began to open. I didn't stay to see what emerged. Adrenaline propelled me backward. I slammed the main restroom door shut and ran to the front counter. "We need to leave. Now," I told Rita, grabbing her arm. "What's wrong?" She looked alarmed, resisting my pull. "There's someone in the women's restroom. I think it's the person who's been breaking in." Rita's eyes widened. "Should we call the police?" "No time. Just grab your things." We hurried to the exit, not bothering to finish closing procedures. As Rita stepped outside, I glanced back toward the restrooms. The hallway lights flickered, and a thin shadow stretched along the wall, impossibly elongated, moving with unnatural fluidity. I slammed the door behind us and made sure it locked automatically. We stood in the parking lot, breathing heavily, the October night air sharp in our lungs. "What did you see in there?" Rita asked. I couldn't form a coherent explanation. "I don't know, just someone who shouldn't be there." "But how did they get in? We've been here all evening." I had no answer that wouldn't sound delusional. Rita insisted on calling the police. I waited with her until they arrived, then watched as 2 officers entered the store with flashlights. They emerged 20 minutes later, reporting they'd found nothing unusual except a running sink in the women's restroom. One officer stayed to review the security footage with us. The cameras showed Rita and me throughout the evening, customers coming and going, but no one entering the restrooms who didn't come out again. The last stall in the women's restroom remained empty each time someone entered the frame. "Could be a plumbing issue causing the water," the officer suggested. As for the scratching sound, old buildings make all sorts of noises. His explanation was reasonable, logical, but it didn't account for the voice I'd heard or the shadow I'd seen. After the police left, Rita offered to drive me home, sensing my distress. I accepted gratefully, afraid to be alone with my thoughts. "Ross," she said as we reached my flat, "maybe you should take a few days off. You've been working too hard lately." I nodded absently, knowing I wouldn't. Whatever was happening at Blockbuster, I needed to understand it. That night, I dreamed of endless rows of shelves, not filled with movies but with red notebooks. In each one, my name was written over and over, the ink still wet, dripping like blood onto the pages. Monday morning arrived with a sense of inevitability. I woke early after another restless night and headed to Blockbuster before my scheduled shift. I needed time alone in the store to search for answers. The parking lot was empty when I arrived, the sky still dark with pre-dawn gloom. Using my key, I entered through the back door and disarmed the security system. The store felt different in the half-light, larger, emptier, the shelves creating long shadows across the floor. I went directly to the office and reviewed the overnight security footage. Nothing unusual appeared until 3:17 a.m., exactly the same time as the previous incident. The cameras showed static briefly, then resumed normal recording. During those few seconds of interference, something had changed in the store. A single DVD case now lay in the center of the main aisle. I found it exactly where the footage indicated, the ledger, an obscure film I'd never heard of. The case felt unusually heavy. Inside was not a DVD, but another notebook, larger than the previous one. With trembling hands, I opened it. The first pages contained names I didn't recognize, dozens of them, each with dates stretching back years. Further in, I found familiar names, previous Blockbuster employees who had quit unexpectedly or transferred without explanation. Then came pages dedicated to current staff. Vince had the most extensive entries, detailing his routines, habits, even conversations recounted verbatim. Rita, Jenna, and other part-timers each had several pages. My section was the longest. It documented my arrival in town after university, my application to Blockbuster, daily activities both in and outside work. The level of detail suggested I'd been watched continuously for months. More disturbing were the assessments. Subject displays unusual perceptive abilities. Recommended for further study. Potential candidate for collection. The final pages contained something different. Diagrams of what appeared to be recording equipment, unlike any technology I recognized. Notes in the margins referred to behavioral documentation and specimen selection. The implications turned my blood to ice. This wasn't a prank or hallucination. Someone, or some organization, had been systematically observing staff at Blockbuster stores, possibly for years, documenting behavior like scientists studying laboratory animals. The last entry, dated that very morning, read, "Final observation phase complete. Subject Ross demonstrates highest awareness levels recorded. Collection scheduled for tonight." As I read those words, the temperature in the room plummeted. My breath fogged in front of my face. The familiar scratching sound began, first distant, then seeming to come from just behind me. I spun around. The office door remained closed, but a shadow moved beneath it, darker than the absence of light should allow. The door handle turned slowly. I backed against the far wall, clutching the notebook like a shield. The door opened a few inches, then stopped. In the narrow gap, I glimpsed a thin, pale hand with elongated fingers, nails like nibs of fountain pens. "Return the ledger," came the dry, papery voice I'd heard in the restroom. "It is not for you." "What are you?" I managed to ask, my voice barely audible. A thin chuckle. "Merely an observer, a recorder of human behavior. Your species is fascinating." Human behavior? For what purpose? The door opened wider. The figure I'd seen at the counter began to enter. The thin man in the red suit, his wire-rimmed glasses reflecting light that didn't exist in the dim office. "Some specimens display unique characteristics," he said, his voice unnaturally precise. "You sense things others don't. Notice details they miss. Such awareness is valuable. I gripped the desk edge, fighting waves of dizziness. What happens during collection? Another chuckle. You would not comprehend the process. But your awareness would be preserved, studied. A great honor, really. The man took another step forward, extending one bony hand. The ledger, please. Then we can proceed. In that moment, clarity cut through my fear. Whatever this entity was, human or otherwise, it operated by rules. It needed its records. It needed consent. No, I said firmly, surprising myself with my steady voice. You can't have it, and you can't have me. The thin man's expression shifted. Surprise, then something like respect. Interesting. Resistance at this phase is unusual. He adjusted his glasses. Perhaps further observation is required before collection? He withdrew slightly, his form becoming less distinct. Keep the ledger for now. It will find its way back to me eventually. They always do. With that cryptic statement, he stepped backward through the doorway. By the time I gathered the courage to follow, the hallway was empty. I quit Blockbuster that day, explaining to Vince that I'd found a job opportunity elsewhere. He seemed to understand there was more to my decision but didn't press for details. I moved back to my parents' home the following week, abandoning most of my possessions in the flat. The notebook, the ledger, I sealed in a lockbox and buried in my parents' garden. Sometimes I'm tempted to dig it up to see if its contents have changed, or if it's even still there. But the fear of drawing attention back to myself is stronger. I don't know if other Blockbuster stores experienced similar phenomena or if ours was unique. The company's eventual bankruptcy and closure perhaps rendered the question moot. Years have passed, but I still feel watched sometimes. In crowded places, on empty streets, in the moments before sleep claims me. I've trained myself not to look too hard at shadows or reflections, not to acknowledge the occasional scratching sounds I hear in quiet rooms. One question still haunts me, though. What was written in that ledger about the others who came before me? And where are they now? I'm now 76 years old, writing this account in the winter of 2025. Though the events I'm about to share occurred over 5 decades ago, they remain etched in my memory with haunting clarity. Time has not diminished their impact nor dulled the terror I experienced during those 9 months in 1972. I was 23 then, a young man adrift. My life had disintegrated in spectacular fashion. I had abandoned my studies at the University of Maryland after 3 semesters, unable to focus on academics while my personal life crumbled around me. My father had died a slow, agonizing death from pancreatic cancer, his body wasting away over months until he was unrecognizable. The man who had taught me to fish, to change a tire, to stand up for myself, reduced to a hollow-eyed skeleton who couldn't remember my name in his final weeks. The modest inheritance he left me burned in my bank account. I couldn't bear to spend it, yet I had no direction, no purpose. My mother had retreated into herself, our relationship strained by grief's unpredictable tide. My friends continued with their lives, classes, parties, relationships, while I stood frozen, disconnected from everyone and everything. When my Uncle William mentioned a cabin near Frederick, Maryland that belonged to an old acquaintance of his, something stirred within me. The cabin needed a caretaker for the year, someone to maintain the property and keep it from falling into disrepair while the owner worked overseas. In exchange for basic upkeep, I could live there rent-free. It's isolated, Uncle William had warned, might not be good for you in your state. But isolation was exactly what I craved. The cabin stood at the end of a winding gravel road that snaked through dense woodland. The nearest neighbor lived half a mile down the lane, an elderly couple who waved politely but kept to themselves. Beyond that, civilization faded into the background. A state park bordered the property to the north, and what locals called the municipal forest stretched for miles to the west. endless trees, undergrowth, and silence. That first day, as Uncle William's truck disappeared down the gravel path, I felt the weight of solitude settle over me like a familiar blanket. The cabin was modest but sufficient. 2 bedrooms, a small kitchen, a living area with a stone fireplace, and a covered porch that wrapped around the front. No television, no telephone, just me, my books, a battery-powered radio, and the whispering woods. I spent those initial weeks establishing routines. Morning coffee on the porch as dawn broke over the trees, afternoons chopping wood, clearing the property of fallen branches, or hiking through the forest. Evenings reading by lamplight, sometimes writing in my journal, trying to make sense of the grief that had hollowed me out. The isolation didn't cure my restlessness, but it gave it space to breathe, to expand and contract without judgment. Western Maryland in 1972 was still untamed in ways difficult to imagine now. Development hadn't yet consumed the wild places. The forests were deep and dense, the nights absolute in their darkness. On clear evenings, I'd sit on the porch steps and gaze at stars so brilliant and numerous they seemed like scattered diamonds on black velvet. In those moments, my insignificance was oddly comforting, a reminder that my pain was temporary against the backdrop of cosmic time. I visited the county library every 2 weeks, exchanging finished books for new ones. I spoke to the librarian, occasionally exchanged pleasantries with store clerks in town, but otherwise remained detached from human connection. My grief demanded solitude, and I gave myself over to it completely. For that first month, the isolation was perfect, exactly what I needed. Then everything changed when she appeared at my door. It was a Tuesday morning, early April. Rain had fallen steadily through the night, and the forest dripped with moisture, the earthy scent of wet soil and decaying leaves hanging in the air. I was making breakfast when I heard a soft whining at the front door. Opening it, I found a small beagle sitting on my porch, soaking wet and muddy. She looked up at me with mournful brown eyes, her tail giving a hesitant wag. "Where did you come from?" I asked, kneeling to examine her collar. There was none. She was young, perhaps a year old, and painfully thin beneath her wet fur. Her ribs showed clearly, suggesting she'd been wandering for some time. I wasn't prepared for a pet, but I couldn't turn her away. I dried her with a towel, offered her scrambled eggs, which she devoured with alarming speed, and set out a bowl of water. "Just until we find your owner," I told her as she curled up beside the fireplace, steam rising from her damp fur. I called her Daisy, a simple name that seemed to fit her uncomplicated nature. Over the next few days, I asked my neighbors if they knew of a missing beagle. I even drove into Frederick and checked with the animal shelter. No one had reported a missing dog matching her description. "Hunting dogs sometimes get lost in these woods," the shelter worker explained. "Owners often don't bother looking once they're gone more than a day or two." The thought made me angry. Abandoning an animal that depended on you. I resolved that Daisy would stay with me for as long as she needed. She was sweet-tempered, but remarkably unintelligent. Basic commands like sit or stay seemed beyond her comprehension. She'd stare at me with genuine confusion, head tilted, as if I were speaking a foreign language. But she followed me everywhere, a constant shadow whether I was splitting wood outside or reading by the fire. Daisy's presence altered the rhythm of my days. I now had responsibility beyond myself, a creature that needed feeding, attention, care. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, she drew me out of the deepest pit of my grief. I began talking to her, explaining what I was doing, sharing memories of my father, speaking aloud thoughts that had previously only circled endlessly in my mind. "Dad would have liked you," I told her one evening as we sat on the porch. "He always wanted a hunting dog, but Mom was allergic." Daisy showed no interest in hunting despite her breed. She'd watch rabbits hop across the yard with mild curiosity, but no predatory instinct. Her passion was exploration, following scent trails through the underbrush, investigating animal burrows, sniffing every inch of our territory as if cataloging the forest's inhabitants. Our walks became longer, venturing deeper into the woods as spring fully established itself. The forest transformed daily, wildflowers emerging, trees leafing out, birds returning from winter migrations. Daisy's excitement at these outings was infectious. For the first time since my father's death, I found moments of genuine joy. It was during one of these walks, about 6 weeks after Daisy's arrival, that I first sensed something wasn't right. We were returning to the cabin late in the afternoon. The sun had dipped behind the western ridge, casting long shadows through the trees. Daisy, who usually ranged ahead of me on the path, suddenly stopped. Her ears perked forward, body tense. "What is it, girl?" I asked, scanning the forest. She gave a low whine, not her usual vocalization. Her tail tucked between her legs, and she pressed against my leg. I looked in the direction of her gaze, but saw nothing unusual, just the familiar line of trees and undergrowth. "Come on," I urged, suddenly uneasy myself. We continued homeward, but Daisy remained unnaturally close to me, occasionally glancing back. I found myself doing the same, unable to shake the feeling that someone, or something, was watching us from the shadows. That night, I double-checked the locks on the doors and windows before going to bed. Daisy, who usually slept on the rug beside my bed, jumped up and curled against my side. I didn't have the heart to make her move. As I drifted toward sleep, a sound from outside made my eyes snap open. A twig breaking, perhaps, or a deliberate footstep. Daisy raised her head, ears alert. We both listened, but the sound wasn't repeated. "Just a deer," I whispered, stroking her head. But in that moment, lying in the darkness with Daisy trembling slightly against me, I realized how truly isolated we were, how vulnerable. And for the first time, that isolation felt less like freedom and more like exposure. The sense of being watched developed gradually, like a photographic negative slowly revealing its image. At first, it was easy to dismiss, a product of too much solitude perhaps, or an overactive imagination. But as April gave way to May, the feeling intensified until it became impossible to ignore. It would happen most often at dusk or dawn, those transitional hours when shadows play tricks on the eyes. I'd be sitting on the porch, reading or simply watching the forest, when awareness would prickle across my skin, the unmistakable sensation of being observed. I'd look up, scan the tree line, see nothing but still feel those invisible eyes cataloging my movements. Daisy sensed it too. She developed a habit of staring intently at seemingly empty sections of forest, her body rigid with attention. Sometimes she'd growl softly, a sound so uncharacteristic it made the hair rise on my arms. Other times, she'd refuse to go outside at all, whining at the door, before retreating to huddle under the kitchen table. I began to notice small disturbances around the property. Items on the porch slightly moved from where I'd left them. The garden hose uncoiled when I was certain I'd wound it properly. A stack of firewood redistributed in a way I couldn't have done accidentally. Nothing threatening, nothing even definitively caused by human hands, but enough to keep me in a state of constant low-grade unease. One evening in late May, as twilight deepened into true darkness, I was washing dishes at the kitchen sink when I glimpsed movement reflected in the window, a shadow passing behind me inside the cabin. I whirled around, heart thundering, but found the room empty. Daisy, however, was staring intently at a corner of the living room, hackles raised. "Who's there?" I called, my voice embarrassingly thin. Silence answered me. I checked every room, every closet, under every bed. Nothing. No one. But the feeling of intrusion lingered, as tangible as a scent. That night I slept with my father's hunting knife on the bedside table. The first concrete confirmation that something was wrong came in early June when my younger brother Joseph visited for the weekend. I hadn't told him about my growing paranoia. It seemed foolish, something that would evaporate when exposed to another person's rational perspective. The first evening passed pleasantly. We grilled steaks on the charcoal barbecue, drank beer, talked about family and his studies. As night fell, he suggested a walk. "Let's see this famous forest of yours," he said, already heading for the porch. I hesitated but agreed, grabbing a flashlight. Daisy flatly refused to join us, something Joseph found amusing. "Some hunting dog," he teased as we set off down the gravel path that led into the woods. The night was warm, fireflies pulsing in the darkness between the trees. For a while, we walked in companionable silence, the beam of my flashlight carving a narrow tunnel through the blackness ahead. Then Joseph stopped suddenly. "Did you hear that?" he asked, his voice tight. I had. A deliberate footstep in the undergrowth to our right, moving parallel to the path. Not an animal's movement, but a measured, careful tread. "Probably a deer," I said, repeating the lie I'd been telling myself for weeks. Joseph grabbed my arm. "Shine the light over there." I swept the flashlight beam through the trees, but caught nothing more than leaves and branches. The footsteps had stopped the moment our attention turned in that direction. "Let's head back," I suggested, trying to sound casual. We turned around, walking faster now. The footsteps resumed, keeping pace with us, sometimes falling behind only to surge ahead, always just out of sight in the deeper woods. By the time we reached the clearing around the cabin, we were both nearly running. "What the hell was that?" Joseph demanded once we were inside, door locked behind us. "I don't know," I admitted, finally voicing the fear I'd been suppressing. "But it's been happening for a while now." Joseph's expression shifted from fear to concern. "You mean you're being stalked out here? By what? Who?" "I don't know," I repeated. "I never see anything, just feel it." We stayed up late that night, talking in low voices about possibilities. A vagrant using the forest for shelter, a neighbor with boundary issues, an animal, perhaps a bear, grown curious about human habitation. None of the explanations fully fit what I'd been experiencing, but they were preferable to the alternative, that my grief and isolation had finally tipped me into paranoia. Joseph left the next day, extracting a promise that I would call our mother regularly and consider getting a telephone installed at the cabin. I agreed, knowing I would do neither. Despite the fear, despite the unanswered questions, I wasn't ready to abandon my retreat. But after Joseph's visit, something changed. The presence in the wood seemed emboldened, as if my acknowledgement of its existence had granted it license to escalate. The watching became more overt, the signs of its proximity more frequent and disturbing. And soon, it would leave me gifts I could not ignore. By mid-June, I had developed the habit of carrying my father's hunting knife whenever I ventured beyond the cabin's immediate clearing. I told myself it was for practicality, cutting vines, preparing kindling if I stopped to rest. But the weight against my hip was primarily for reassurance. Daisy had grown increasingly nervous during our walks, staying close to my legs rather than ranging ahead as she once had. I began mapping our explorations, using a Forest Service topographical chart to mark paths taken, odd features encountered, places where the sensation of being watched was particularly strong. It gave me a sense of control, however illusory. It was during one of these methodical explorations that we discovered the first campsite. Daisy had veered off our usual path, nose to ground, following some scent with unusual determination. I followed her through dense underbrush until we emerged in a small clearing, perhaps 30 feet in diameter. The signs of human habitation were subtle but unmistakable. A circle of scorched earth where a fire had burned repeatedly, flattened grass where someone had slept, a crude lean-to constructed of branches against a fallen log. Scattered around were discarded food wrappers, a rusted tin can, cigarette butts. "Hello?" I called, receiving only forest sounds in response. The campsite appeared recently used. Ashes in the fire pit still contained charcoal chunks, rather than being fully decomposed. Examining the lean-to, I found a filthy blanket and an old canvas backpack. Something kept me from touching either item, a visceral reluctance to make contact with these personal possessions. Instead, I backed away, urging Daisy to follow. She resisted, continuing to sniff intently around the perimeter of the clearing until I finally scooped her up and carried her away. Over the next several weeks, our explorations revealed more such sites. Some clearly abandoned, others showing signs of regular use. In an old hunting cabin 3 miles west of my property, I found evidence that someone had been squatting, food scraps, makeshift bedding. even crude attempts to patch the deteriorating roof with plastics and tarps. Most disturbing was what appeared to be a method to these habitations. They formed a rough circle around my cabin, each approximately the same distance away, like outposts or observation points. The realization chilled me. I wasn't randomly encountering evidence of forest dwellers. I was finding the nests of someone who had positioned themselves strategically around my home. I debated reporting my findings to the local sheriff, but hesitated. What would I say? That I'd found evidence of homeless people in the woods? That wasn't illegal or even unusual. That I felt watched? That something followed me at night? Without concrete evidence of threat or trespass, I risked appearing paranoid, perhaps even mentally unstable. The discovery that truly disturbed me came in early July. Daisy and I had ventured north, following a stream that wound through particularly dense forest. The day was hot, humid, the air thick with insects and the heavy scent of vegetation. We stopped to rest beside the water, Daisy lapping thirstily while I consulted my increasingly annotated map. Movement across the stream caught my attention, a flash of color in the otherwise monochrome green of the forest. Focusing, I realized I was looking at fabric, a piece of clothing snagged on a branch. I crossed at a shallow point and approached cautiously. It was a child's sock, faded blue with a yellow stripe at the top. Relatively clean and new-looking, not something that had been exposed to the elements for long. Nearby, caught in a tangle of vines, was a small red plastic truck, the kind found in any toy box across America. A family camping, perhaps? But we were miles from any designated campground, in terrain challenging even for an experienced hiker. I scanned the area and found no other evidence of children or family presence. No food wrappers, no campfire remnants, nothing to suggest a family outing. Just the sock and the toy truck, placed in an area so remote that their presence seemed deliberate rather than accidental. I took both items, unable to articulate why they disturbed me so profoundly. Back at the cabin, I placed them on the kitchen table and stared at them as if they might speak, might explain their presence in the deep woods. Daisy sniffed them and whined, backing away. That night, I dreamed of a child wandering lost in the forest, calling for help in a voice that grew progressively weaker. I woke, drenched in sweat. Daisy pressed against me, trembling. The digital clock read 3:17 a.m. From outside came a sound, rhythmic, deliberate, unmistakable. Footsteps on the gravel path approaching the cabin. I lay frozen, listening as they reached the steps, then climbed. 1, 2, 3, 4. The hollow wooden sound of someone standing on my porch. The screen door handle rattled gently, testing. Daisy made no sound, but her trembling intensified. I reached for the hunting knife on my bedside table, gripping it so tightly my knuckles ached. Minutes passed, marked only by my thundering heartbeat. Then the footsteps retreated, down the stairs across the gravel, fading into the forest. I remained awake until dawn broke, knife in hand, back pressed against the headboard, staring at the bedroom door. In the morning light, I examined the porch. There, placed precisely in the center of the welcome mat, was another child's sock, the perfect match to the one I'd found in the forest. The sock marked a turning point, the moment when undefined unease crystallized into focused fear. Whatever presence haunted the forest around my cabin was now directly engaging with me, leaving clear evidence of its attention. The message was unmistakable. I see you, I know what you find, I can reach you. I began locking the screen door at night, though its flimsy latch offered more psychological comfort than actual security. I considered boarding the windows, but resisted. Such an obvious display of fear felt like conceding territory, acknowledging the power this unknown watcher held over me. Instead, I installed a motion-activated floodlight that illuminated the front yard. The first night after setting it up, it triggered 5 times between midnight and dawn. Each time I rushed to the window, but never quickly enough to catch whatever moved in the darkness. The morning after installing the light, I found the first offering. It was a small songbird, a sparrow, I think, placed precisely at the bottom of the porch steps, dead but unmarked. Its tiny body arranged with wings folded neatly, head turned slightly as if in peaceful sleep. Not killed by a predator or accident, but deliberately placed for me to find. I buried it behind the woodpile, telling myself it was coincidence. Perhaps Daisy had caught it and left it there, though she'd never shown hunting instincts before. Perhaps it had died naturally and been moved by some larger animal. The rationalizations felt hollow even as I formed them. The next morning, another bird awaited me, this one a brilliant blue jay. The morning after that, a cardinal, its red feathers vivid against the weathered wood of the steps. Each positioned in exactly the same spot, each apparently unmarked, each carefully arranged to appear peaceful rather than violated. For a week, the pattern continued. Small birds, different species, same placement. I began to dread morning, the inevitable discovery, the growing sense that these deaths were not natural but ceremonial, a ritual being performed for my benefit, or at my expense. Then came the rabbit. Unlike the birds, its death was not clean. Its neck had been broken, a precise injury that spoke of human hands rather than animal jaws. Its eyes were open, glassy, reflecting the morning sun as I stood frozen on the porch steps, Daisy whining at my heels. I couldn't bring myself to touch it. I used a shovel to move it to the growing burial site behind the woodpile, my hands shaking so badly I nearly dropped it twice. That night, I sat on the porch with my father's rifle across my lap, a box of ammunition beside me. The night was still, unnaturally quiet. No insects singing, no distant owls, just the sound of my own breathing, and Daisy's occasional whimper from inside the locked cabin. "I know you're out there," I called into the darkness beyond the floodlight's reach. "What do you want from me?" Only silence answered. Around 2 a.m, fatigue overcame vigilance. I retreated inside, double-checked every lock, and collapsed into bed. Sleep came against my will, dragging me under despite my determination to remain alert. I dreamed of a figure standing at the foot of my bed, tall, gaunt, features obscured by shadow. Not threatening, merely observing with patient curiosity, head tilted slightly as if trying to understand what I was. The dream was so vivid that when I woke at dawn, I was surprised to find the room empty. Daisy lay curled beside me, unusually still. When I touched her, she startled violently, scrambling away with a yelp before recognizing me. On the porch steps that morning, a squirrel, a possum, and a mink, all arranged in a neat row, all dead by what appeared to be deliberate but bloodless means. The sight broke something in me, some final strand of rational denial. I spent that day in a frenzy of activity, boarding up the back windows, moving furniture against doors, creating defensive barriers within my own home. I kept the rifle loaded and within reach at all times. "We should leave," I told Daisy as darkness fell. "We should just get in the car and go." But where would we go? Back to my mother's house in the suburbs, where I'd have to explain my sudden return, my obvious terror. How could I describe what was happening without sounding deranged? And the thought of retreating, of being driven away from this place where I'd sought healing, it filled me with stubborn anger that temporarily overwhelmed fear. So we stayed, Daisy and I, huddled in the increasingly fortified cabin while the offerings outside grew larger and more disturbing. A woodchuck, a fox, a raccoon, each displayed with careful precision, each a deliberation rather than a random kill. I stopped burying them, let them accumulate at the bottom of the steps, a grotesque collection that drew flies and began to smell in the summer heat. Some bizarre part of me thought this might discourage whatever left them, the rejection of the gifts sending a clear message. Instead, it seemed to escalate the situation. One morning in late July, I opened the door to find the severed leg of what could only have been a deer or similar large animal. The cut was clean, surgical almost, the bone gleaming white where it had been exposed. I stood staring at it, my mind unable to fully process the implications. How had someone moved such a large animal part without my hearing? How had they killed and dismembered something this size without facilities, without tools, without making enough noise to alert me? And beneath these practical questions, a deeper, more disturbing one. Why? What was being communicated through this macabre display? That afternoon, I drove into Frederick and bought a disposable camera. I photographed each new offering, creating a record I couldn't quite articulate the purpose of. Evidence, perhaps, in case something happened to me. Proof that I wasn't imagining the escalating strangeness, the methodical attention of whatever watched from the woods. The leg was followed by another, this one skinned, the flesh pink and obscene in the morning light. Then, a section of rib cage, the bones clean as if boiled. A hoof, a pelvic bone so large it had to be from a cow or horse. Each morning, a new piece, each placement more deliberate than the last. Daisy began to refuse going outside entirely. She would soil the floor rather than step onto the porch, her fear more powerful than her training. I couldn't blame her. I myself ventured out only when absolutely necessary and never after dusk. We existed in a state of siege, the cabin our fortress against an enemy I couldn't identify. Sleep became fragmentary, consciousness slipping away only to snap back at the slightest sound from outside. I lost weight, my clothes hanging loose, dark circles forming beneath my eyes. And still, the offerings continued, a relentless communication I couldn't decipher but couldn't ignore. The confrontation, when it finally came, was both more and less than I had feared. August had brought oppressive heat, the cabin's interior stifling despite open windows, and the small electric fan that circulated hot air without cooling it. Sleep became even more elusive, hour blending into hour as I lay atop sweat-dampened sheets, listening to the forest sounds through the screened windows. On this particular night, August 17th, I would later record in my journal, a thunderstorm broke the heat wave. Rain lashed the cabin, wind driving it horizontally to spatter against the windows. Thunder shook the structure to its foundations, lightning transforming the forest into stark black and white tableau. I welcomed the storm's fury. It seemed cleansing, primordial, a force that might wash away the mounting dread that had become my constant companion. For the first time in weeks, I fell into deep sleep, lulled by rain drumming on the roof and the knowledge that no creature, human or otherwise, would likely venture out in such weather. The dream came again, the figure standing at my bedside, observing with that same tilted-head curiosity. But this time it reached toward me, a pale hand emerging from shadow. I woke abruptly, disoriented. The storm had passed, leaving behind the dripping aftermath of rain and distant, retreating thunder. Daisy was not beside me. Fully alert now, I called her name softly. No response. The cabin was silent save for the rhythmic dripping from eaves and trees outside. I reached for the bedside lamp but hesitated before switching it on. Something felt wrong. A change in the air pressure, perhaps, or a subtle shift in the ambient sounds. I lay still, straining my senses into the darkness. There, a breathing pattern not my own. Soft, measured, coming from the direction of the bedroom door. I reached slowly for the hunting knife under my pillow, my movements as deliberate and silent as I could make them. The breathing continued, unaltered. In a single movement, I switched on the lamp and raised the knife, prepared to confront whatever had invaded my home. The doorway was empty. My relief was momentary. From the living room came a sound, a low whine that I recognized immediately as Daisy's. Not pain, but intense fear. I moved cautiously down the hallway, knife extended before me. The living room was dark, illuminated only by what little moonlight filtered through the windows. Daisy stood facing the front door, her body rigid in what I now recognized as her pointing stance. She was trembling visibly, a continuous whine emanating from her throat. "Daisy," I whispered, "come here." She gave no indication of having heard me, her attention fixed unwaveringly on the door. I moved closer, reaching for the nearest lamp, when a sound from the porch froze me in place, the distinctive creak of weight on weathered boards. Someone was out there, directly in front of the door. For a long moment, neither of us moved. Daisy, myself, and whoever stood on the other side of that thin wooden barrier. The only sound was Daisy's continuous whine and the dripping of rainwater from the eaves. Then came the sound of the screen door handle turning, metal scraping against metal as it was tested. The flimsy lock held. I could see it straining against the pressure being applied from outside. I should have shouted a warning, should have announced that I was armed, should have done something to assert control over the situation. Instead, I remained rooted in place, knife clutched in a hand gone suddenly numb, as the handle continued to turn back and forth with increasing force. Daisy's whine rose in pitch, becoming almost a keening sound. Her trembling increased until she seemed to be vibrating with the intensity of her fear. The handle abruptly stopped moving. Silence descended, heavy as a physical weight. Then came new sounds, footsteps moving across the porch, descending the steps. I rushed to the window, yanking the cord of the floodlight I'd installed. Brilliant illumination flooded the front yard, revealing nothing. No figure retreating into the woods. No movement among the trees at the yard's edge. Just empty space and light reflecting off rain-slick surfaces. But the footsteps continued, audible as they crossed the gravel and faded into the forest beyond. Whatever had been at my door had vanished between the triggering of the light and my arrival at the window. A span of seconds, not enough time for anyone to cross the exposed yard without being seen, unless they had never been fully visible to begin with. I spent the remainder of that night in the living room, rifle across my lap, Daisy pressed against my side. Neither of us slept. As dawn broke, she suddenly raised her head, ears perked forward. "What is it?" I asked, following her gaze to the door. No sound came from outside, at least none that I could detect. But Daisy's attention remained fixed, her body tense with alertness. With extreme reluctance, I approached the door, rifle ready. Through the window, I could see the porch was empty. Slowly, I unlocked the door and eased it open. There, at the bottom of the steps, lay the usual morning offering. But this time, it wasn't an animal or animal part. It was a doll, an old-fashioned porcelain doll with a cracked face and one missing eye. Its dress, once white, had yellowed with age and exposure. Around its neck hung a crude necklace made of small animal bones threaded on twine. I stared at it, understanding with sudden clarity that a line had been crossed. The offerings had escalated from natural specimens to manufactured objects invested with symbolic meaning. This wasn't random, this was communication, deliberate and increasingly personal. As I stood frozen in the doorway, Daisy suddenly bolted past me, down the steps, across the yard, and into the forest. I called after her, but she disappeared among the trees, following some scent or sound beyond human perception. I spent hours searching for her that day, calling her name until my voice grew hoarse, following game trails and creek beds where she might have run. But the forest had swallowed her completely, as if she had never existed. She had arrived mysteriously, and she had departed the same way, leaving me truly alone with whatever watched from the woods. Daisy's disappearance marked the beginning of the end of my time at the cabin. Without her presence, her warmth beside me at night, her company during the long days, the isolation became unbearable. The watchful presence in the woods seemed to sense my increased vulnerability, escalating its campaign of psychological warfare. The offerings continued but changed in nature. The doll was followed by other personal items, a child's shoe, worn and muddy, a hairbrush with strands of gray hair still entangled in its bristles, a pair of eyeglasses with one cracked lens, a wallet containing identification for a man I'd never heard of, reported missing from a nearby town 3 years earlier. Each item appeared more personal, more troubling than the last. I photographed everything, creating a disturbing catalog that I sealed in an envelope and mailed to myself at my mother's address. Insurance that the evidence would exist somewhere beyond this isolated place. I began sleeping in short intervals throughout the day, never more than an hour at a time, never fully surrendering to unconsciousness. At night, I sat vigil, alternating between the rifle and the shotgun I'd purchased in Frederick, moving from window to monitor the perimeter of the property. The boundary between wakefulness and sleep blurred. I experienced microsleeps, seconds or minutes of unconsciousness from which I'd jerk awake, disoriented and terrified I'd left myself vulnerable. Reality itself seemed increasingly fluid, time stretching and contracting unpredictably. One morning in early September, I woke to find a Polaroid photograph on the kitchen table. A picture of myself, sleeping in my bed. I had no memory of falling asleep the previous night, no recollection of anyone entering the cabin. Yet there was the undeniable evidence that someone had stood in my bedroom, camera in hand, while I slept unaware. The image showed me curled on my side, face peaceful in sleep, unaware of the camera or the person wielding it. Most disturbing was what lay beside me on the bed. The same one-eyed doll that had been left on my porch weeks earlier. I searched the cabin frantically, but found no sign of the doll, no evidence of forced entry. The doors remained locked, the windows secured. Yet someone had been inside, had arranged this macabre scene, had documented it, and left the evidence for me to find. That day I packed my essential belongings and loaded them into my car. As I was making a final sweep of the cabin, a movement outside the kitchen window caught my attention. There, at the edge of the clearing where forest began, stood a figure. Tall, unnaturally thin, clad in what appeared to be layers of ragged clothing. The distance and shadows beneath the trees obscured detailed features, but I could make out a gaunt face, pale against the darkness of the forest. We stared at each other across the distance, myself in the kitchen, this stranger at the tree line. Neither moving, neither retreating. A moment suspended between confrontation and flight. Then the figure raised an arm slowly, deliberately, and waved. A simple gesture, almost friendly, as if greeting a neighbor. I backed away from the window, retrieved the shotgun from where it leaned against the wall, and returned. The figure was gone. The forest empty once more. That should have been the moment I fled, abandoned the cabin and everything in it. Instead, a perverse determination took hold, a need to understand, to confront, to end the psychological siege I'd endured for months. I spent one final night in the cabin, doors barricaded, weapons ready, determined to face whatever came. Nothing did. The night passed in absolute silence. No footsteps on the porch, no testing of locks, no offerings left at dawn. It was as if the forest and its watcher were holding their breath, waiting. In the morning light, exhausted but strangely calm, I completed my preparations to leave. As I carried the last box to my car, I noticed something in the gravel driveway, a line of objects arranged with geometric precision, forming an arrow pointing into the forest. Small stones, bottle caps, a bullet casing, a button, a coin. Ordinary objects arranged to form an unmistakable message. This way. I stood staring at this final communication, understanding its invitation. Come into the woods, follow, find me. For a brief, insane moment I considered it. Considered following that arrow into the trees, confronting whatever waited there, demanding answers to the questions that had tormented me all summer. What did you want? Why me? Who are you? Instead, I got into my car, started the engine, and drove away without looking back. Some questions are better left unanswered. Some mysteries should remain unsolved. I never returned to the cabin. I arranged for the remaining rent to be paid from my account and wrote to the owner explaining I had been called away unexpectedly. I moved to an apartment in Baltimore, found a job editing copy for a small publishing house, and gradually reconstructed a semblance of normal life. I never saw Daisy again, though for years I scanned the faces of stray beagles, hoping against reason. And I never spoke of what happened in those woods. Not until now, more than 50 years later, when the memories have lost some of their power to disturb. It was approximately 6 months after leaving the cabin when I encountered the article in the Washington Post. A small piece buried in the local news section, easily overlooked if not for the headline that leaped out at me. Sykesville monster sightings continue to puzzle Western Maryland. The article described multiple reports of strange encounters in the forests around Sykesville and neighboring communities, including Frederick. Local residents reported a tall, human-like figure observing houses from the forest edge, following hikers and travelers on rural roads, and leaving gifts or offerings for specific households. The descriptions matched my experience with unsettling precision. The pattern was always the same. The monster would select a target, typically an isolated home or individual, and focus attention on them for weeks or months. Footsteps would be heard circling homes at night. Personal items would disappear, only to reappear in strange locations. Dead animals would be arranged in ceremonial-seeming displays. The article treated these accounts with the skepticism typical of mainstream journalism covering potential cryptid sightings. The reporter noted that many described the figure as fur-covered or ape-like, suggesting a connection to Bigfoot folklore. Local authorities attributed the sightings to bears, misidentification of known animals, or outright hoaxes. But I recognized the pattern. This was no forest cryptid, no mythical beast. This was something more disturbing because it was fundamentally human. The article mentioned, almost as an aside, that the sightings clustered geographically around Springfield Hospital Center, a state psychiatric facility located in Sykesville. The reporter made no explicit connection, but the implication hung between the lines. I conducted my own research, visiting the library to find archives of local newspapers, police reports, anything that might shed light on the pattern of events. What emerged was a disturbing possibility. Springfield Hospital, like many such institutions in that era, practiced what would now be considered negligent supervision of certain patients. Some were allowed to wander the grounds freely during daylight hours. Occasionally, patients would wander away and be recovered days or even weeks later. Official records documented these escapes and returns. What they didn't acknowledge were the patients who escaped and were never found, those who might have adapted to life in the surrounding forests, perhaps already experienced in rural survival, certainly motivated to avoid recapture. The more I researched, the more convinced I became that my watcher had been one such individual, someone whose mental illness led them to establish territorial behaviors, to observe and interact with normal life from a safe distance, to attempt connection through the only means they understood. The animal offerings suddenly made sense through this lens. A socially isolated person attempting to provide, to contribute, to make contact in a way that seemed appropriate to their disrupted cognitive processes. The escalation to personal items, to photography, to direct observation, all could be understood as increasingly desperate attempts at human connection from someone who had forgotten how connection normally functioned. This theory brought me no comfort. If anything, it made the experience more disturbing. The thought that I had been the focus of such intense attention from someone whose mental processes were fundamentally different from my own, whose perception of appropriate interaction had been warped by illness and isolation. I found myself wondering about this unknown person. Had they been diagnosed with schizophrenia, personality disorder? Had they been subjected to the treatments common in that era? Electroconvulsive therapy, experimental medications, perhaps even surgical interventions? Had they fled not just confinement, but active harm? And what had become of them? The western Maryland forests were vast but not limitless. Development was already encroaching when I lived there. In the decades since, suburbanization has transformed much of that landscape. Where would such a person go as their wilderness shrank? How long could they survive as resources dwindled, as age and exposure took their toll? I never filed a report about my experiences, never contacted authorities to share my theory. By the time I connected these dots, months had passed. What good would it do to hunt down someone who had never actually harmed me, who might well have died in the intervening time? Instead, I moved on with my life. I finished my degree, built a career, married, raised children who never heard this story. I avoided camping, developed a strong preference for well-lit urban environments, and startled easily at unexpected sounds, small prices to pay for psychological equilibrium. But I never forgot the watcher in the woods, the presence that taught me how thin the veneer of civilization truly is, how easily isolation can transform perception, how fundamentally vulnerable we all are. Sometimes in dreams I still see that figure at the forest's edge, raising a hand in that almost friendly wave. Still feel those eyes tracking my movements through the trees. Still hear footsteps pacing me in the darkness, just out of sight. And I wonder if, in some parallel life, I might have followed that arrow of objects into the forest, might have made contact, might have found not a monster, but a broken person seeking connection in the only way they knew how. I wonder if Daisy found them, if perhaps she lives on in someone's story, the dog who emerged from the forest one day, companion to a strange, silent figure rarely glimpsed by human eyes. These are questions without answers, possibilities that float in the darkness between memory and imagination. All I know with certainty is this: sometimes when we feel watched, we are. Sometimes the monsters we fear are merely people broken by circumstances beyond their control. And sometimes the wilderness holds secrets best left undisturbed. The Sykesville monster may have been a creation of fearful minds, a local legend spun from glimpses and misunderstandings. Or it may have been exactly what I encountered, a human being existing at the edges of society, observing normal life with confusion and longing, reaching out in the only ways available to them. I've made my peace with not knowing. Some mysteries are meant to remain unsolved, some questions unanswered. The uncertainty itself becomes part of the story, the shadow at the forest's edge, visible for a moment, then gone when we turn to look directly. This is my story, told now in my old age when the immediacy of fear has faded into the contemplative distance of years. I offer it not as warning or explanation, but simply as testament. Strange things happen in this world. Not supernatural things necessarily, but strange nonetheless. Encounters that exist in the liminal spaces between the world as we understand it and the world as it sometimes reveals itself to be. I still have the photographs I took, the offerings, the personal items, the Polaroid of myself asleep beside a doll I never saw in waking life. They sit in a locked box in my attic, evidence of an experience that shaped my life in ways both obvious and subtle. I have never shown them to anyone. Some things are too personal, too disturbing to share. But I share this story now, as the circle of my life draws toward its close. Perhaps it will resonate with someone else who has felt watched, who has sensed presence where none should be, who has stood at the boundary between certainty and doubt, and wondered what waits on the other side. If that person is you, know this: you are not alone in your experience. The world is stranger than we admit, filled with encounters that defy easy explanation or categorization. The spaces between what we know and what we sense are vast, populated by mysteries both human and environmental. Walk carefully through those spaces. Listen to your instincts, and remember that sometimes the most human response to mystery is simply to acknowledge its existence, and then, with respect and caution, to walk away. This is a true story. Every time I tell it, it pulls the eyes of everyone in the room. I'm not sure why I haven't posted it before, but upon reflecting with a friend, I decided it was time to share it. The summer of 2022 felt like being trapped in a pressure cooker. 2 years of pandemic restrictions had left my friends and me desperate for escape. The walls of my apartment seemed to close in with each passing day. The endless cycle of video calls, delivery food, and streaming services had worn us down to our last nerve. We needed something different, something real. I remember the exact moment the idea came to us. It was during one of our weekly video chats. Ryan was sprawled across his couch, his beard grown out in what he called his wilderness preparation. Jade was sitting cross-legged on her bed, her dark hair pulled into a messy bun, scrolling through vacation rentals on her phone. "What about a mountain getaway?" she suggested, her voice tinged with that familiar enthusiasm that always pulled us into her ideas. Something remote. Something where we can just breathe. Ryan's face lit up immediately. God, yes. Anything to get out of this apartment. The idea captured us instantly. We were all 28, old enough to know better, but young enough to crave adventure. The three of us had been friends since college. Ryan, with his engineering mind, always calculating risks. Jade, with her spontaneous spirit, always pushing boundaries. And me somewhere in the middle, the observer, the one who somehow ended up mediating their opposing energies. Over the next few days, we assembled a detailed plan. We would rent a series of different accommodations across the Blue Ridge Mountains, spend a few days hiking and exploring, and have one night of complete isolation at a cabin in the woods. The variety appealed to all of us. Ryan got his structured itinerary, Jade got her adventure, and I got the promise of new scenery to clear my mind. You know what would make the cabin night perfect? Jade texted our group chat one evening. I know a guy who can get us some acid, pure stuff, just enough to make the stars dance. Ryan immediately sent back a thumbs-up emoji. I felt myself hesitate, fingers hovering over my phone. Something about the combination, isolation, unfamiliar territory, mind-altering substances, struck a discordant note in my mind. But I pushed the feeling aside. We were adults. We'd done this before. It would be fine. The weeks leading up to the trip passed in a blur of preparation and anticipation. I bought new hiking boots, a compact first aid kit, and a heavy-duty flashlight. Ryan created spreadsheets of supplies and emergency contacts. Jade researched the best spots for sunrise views and swimming holes. As the departure day approached, my excitement was tempered by a growing unease that I couldn't explain. I dismissed it as anxiety from being homebound for so long. But the feeling persisted, settling in the pit of my stomach like a cold, heavy stone. The night before we left, I barely slept. My dreams were fragmented glimpses of dark forests and distant screams. I woke up exhausted, drenched in sweat despite the air conditioning running at full blast. Still, I packed my bags, loaded them into my car, and drove to pick up Ryan and Jade. Ready for the best week of 2022? Jade asked as she threw her backpack into my trunk. Her smile was infectious, her energy boundless. Ryan climbed into the back seat, already checking his phone for our route. All set, I replied, forcing enthusiasm into my voice. Let's get out of here. The first few days of our trip went exactly as planned. We stayed at a charming bed and breakfast in a small mountain town, hiked to waterfalls, ate at local restaurants, and felt the tension of the past 2 years begin to melt away. I almost forgot about my unease. Almost. On the fourth day, we packed up for our one night of true isolation. The cabin beside the fire tower was the cheapest accommodation of our trip, but Jade insisted it would be the highlight. My parents rented a fire tower once, she explained as we loaded up the car. They said it was the most incredible experience. Total seclusion, stars like you wouldn't believe. Silence so deep you can hear your own thoughts. Sounds perfect, Ryan agreed, studying the directions. And we'll have the whole mountain to ourselves. I nodded, but the stone in my stomach grew heavier. The drive to the cabin took us through increasingly remote terrain. The roads narrowed, the pavement gave way to gravel, and the GPS signal flickered in and out. Pine forests pressed close to the roadside, their shadows stretching across our path as the afternoon light began to fade. How much further? Jade asked, leaning forward between the front seats to peer at the road ahead. Ryan checked his phone. About 15 miles, but the last bit is pretty steep. Should take us another 30 minutes or so. Jade reached into her bag and pulled out a small plastic envelope. Perfect timing. I've got everything we need for tonight right here. I glanced over and saw the sheet of acid tabs. There were far more than the three of us could possibly use. Enough for a small party. The sight of it triggered something in me. A wave of dread so intense I had to tighten my grip on the steering wheel to keep my hands from shaking. I don't think we should do that tonight, I said, my voice surprising me with its steadiness. What? Jade's excitement evaporated. Why not? We've been planning this for weeks. I know, but I searched for a logical explanation for the irrational fear gripping me. We don't know the area. The cabin is really isolated. What if something goes wrong? Nothing's going to go wrong, Ryan said, but I could hear the uncertainty creeping into his voice. We've done this before. Not here, I insisted. Not in the middle of nowhere with no one around for miles. Jade crossed her arms. This is literally the perfect setting. That's the whole point. I felt my resolve hardening, the dread in my stomach spreading through my entire body. I just have a really bad feeling about it. I can't explain it, but I know we shouldn't do it tonight. A feeling? Jade's voice rose. We drove all this way based on a plan, and now you want to change everything because of a feeling? Yes, I said firmly. I do. The argument escalated quickly. Jade accused me of being paranoid. I accused her of being reckless. Ryan tried to mediate, suggesting compromises that neither of us would accept. Finally, I pulled the car over to the side of the road, turned around in my seat, and looked them both in the eye. I'm serious about this, I said. I've never had a feeling this strong before. We can drink, we can smoke, we can do whatever else, but no acid, not tonight. There was a long, tense silence. Then Ryan sighed. Maybe we should listen to them, Jade. We can always do it another time. Jade stared out the window, jaw clenched. Fine, she said eventually. But you owe me for this. Big time. I nodded, relief washing over me. Thank you. We continued the drive in strained silence. The road became steeper, the forest denser. Cell service disappeared entirely. By the time we reached the turnoff for the cabin, the tension had subsided somewhat, replaced by a collective awe at the remoteness of our destination. The road to the cabin was barely more than a dirt track, winding its way up the mountain in tight switchbacks. There were no guardrails, no reflective markers, just a narrow path carved into the mountainside with steep drops on one side. Jesus, Ryan caught himself. God, this is isolated. No kidding, Jade murmured, pressing her face against the window to look up at the trees towering over us. Not exactly the kind of place you can call for pizza delivery. I focused on navigating the treacherous road, but part of my mind was still grappling with the overwhelming sense that we were making a mistake. Even without the acid, something about this place felt wrong, but we had come too far to turn back now. We reached the cabin just as the sun was beginning to set. It sat in a small clearing at the peak of the mountain, a simple wooden structure with a metal roof and a small porch. Nearby stood the fire tower, its skeletal frame rising above the tree line like an industrial monument. The cabin itself was smaller than it had appeared in the online photos. A single room with 2 sets of bunk beds, a wood-burning stove, a small table with 4 chairs, and a basic kitchenette. The bathroom was an outhouse located about 20 yards behind the main structure. Cozy, Ryan commented as we unloaded our supplies. Rustic, Jade corrected, her earlier frustration giving way to renewed enthusiasm. This is authentic mountain living. No distractions, no interruptions, just us and nature. I nodded, trying to match their optimism while fighting the persistent knot of anxiety in my chest. The view was undeniably spectacular. From the cabin's porch we could see for miles, rolling mountains covered in dense forest, valleys filled with mist, and a sky transitioning from blue to deep purple as night approached. We unpacked quickly, claiming our bunks and storing food in the small refrigerator that hummed loudly in the corner. Ryan set about gathering wood for the fire pit outside, while Jade arranged our supplies with uncharacteristic precision. So, she said once we were settled, what's the plan for tonight if we're not tripping? I pulled out the wine coolers I'd packed. We can still have fun. I brought these. Plus we have the board games and cards. And marshmallows for roasting, Ryan added, returning with an armful of firewood. Jade smiled, a genuine smile that eased some of my tension. Okay, maybe this won't be so bad after all. We built a fire in the pit outside the cabin and sat around it as darkness fell completely. The night was clear, revealing a canopy of stars more vibrant than any of us had seen before. The Milky Way stretched across the sky like a river of light, and satellites moved in slow arcs against the backdrop of constellations. "This is incredible," Ryan whispered, leaning back in his camp chair to take in the full expanse above us. "Worth the trip just for this view." I had to agree. The beauty of the night sky was overwhelming, making our earlier argument seem petty and distant. We talked quietly, sharing stories and jokes, passing the wine coolers back and forth, and enjoying the simple pleasure of being somewhere new, somewhere far removed from our daily lives. As the night deepened, the forest around us came alive with sounds, the rustle of nocturnal creatures moving through underbrush, the occasional hoot of an owl, the constant chorus of insects. It should have been peaceful, but something about the soundscape kept me on edge. Each crack of a twig made me tense. Each distant call made me turn my head to search the darkness beyond our fire's glow. "You're still jumpy," Jade observed, watching me scan the tree line for the third time in as many minutes. "Just not used to it," I replied. "City living makes you forget what real darkness is like." Ryan checked his watch. "It's getting late. Should we head inside? It's starting to get cold out here anyway." We doused the fire carefully, making sure every ember was extinguished before gathering our chairs and remaining supplies. The darkness that enveloped us once the fire was out was absolute, broken only by the beams of our flashlights and the distant sparkle of stars. Inside the cabin, we switched on the battery-powered lanterns we'd brought, casting a warm yellow glow over the simple interior. The temperature had indeed dropped, and we could see our breath forming small clouds in the air. "I'll get the stove going," Ryan offered, kneeling in front of the small metal wood stove and arranging kindling inside. Jade pulled the board game from her bag, an old favorite from our college days, and set it up on the table between the bunk beds. I reached for another wine cooler, hoping the slight buzz would help quiet the alarm bells still ringing in the back of my mind. As Ryan coaxed the stove to life and warmth began to spread through the cabin, I allowed myself to relax slightly. We were safe. We were together. My unexplained dread was just that. Unexplained, irrational, meaningless. In that moment, I almost believed it. The board game loosened us up. We laughed at inside jokes, competitive spirits emerged, and for a while the strangeness of our surroundings faded into the background. The wine coolers weren't strong, but they took the edge off my anxiety, and I found myself enjoying the night despite my earlier misgivings. It was during Jade's turn, as she contemplated her next move with exaggerated concentration, that we heard it. The unmistakable sound of an engine in the distance, growing louder as it approached up the mountain road. "Someone's coming," Ryan said, stating the obvious as we all fell silent, listening to the vehicle's progress. The booking site did mention occasional visitors to the fire tower, Jade reminded us, but her voice had lost some of its confidence. We sat frozen, waiting as the sound grew closer, until finally, headlights swept across the cabin windows. The engine cut off and car doors slammed shut. Ryan moved to the window and peered out cautiously. "It's a side-by-side," he reported. "3 kids, looks like. College age, maybe." I joined him at the window. 3 young men were making their way toward the fire tower, carrying flashlights and what appeared to be a small cooler. They noticed us watching and raised their hands in a friendly wave. "Just some guys checking out the view," I said, relief washing over me. "Probably locals." We watched as they climbed the metal stairs of the fire tower, their voices carrying faintly across the clearing. Normal, excited conversation punctuated by laughter. After about 20 minutes, they descended, returned to their vehicle, and drove away, the sound of their engine fading as they made their way back down the mountain. "See? Nothing sinister," Jade said, returning to the game. "Just some guys enjoying the night same as us." I nodded, but the brief interruption had brought my unease rushing back. The visitors had been completely normal, yet their appearance had reminded me of how vulnerable we were. One road in, one road out, no cell service, no neighbors. Just us in a tiny cabin on top of a mountain. We finished the game, Jade won, as she usually did, and decided to call it a night. The stove had warmed the cabin nicely, but we knew it would burn out during the night, leaving us to wake to mountain morning chill. We bundled into our sleeping bags, switched off the lanterns, and laid in darkness. That's when I realized just how quiet it truly was. In the city, there's always noise. Distant traffic, air conditioning units, neighbors, sirens. Here, the silence was profound, punctuated only by our breathing and the occasional creak of the cabin settling. I stared into the darkness, listening to Ryan and Jade falling asleep, their breathing becoming deeper and more rhythmic. I couldn't sleep. Every rustle outside seemed amplified. Every natural sound of the forest became sinister in my imagination. I told myself I was being ridiculous, that my mind was playing tricks on me, but the feeling persisted. Hours passed this way, with me drifting in and out of shallow sleep, jerking awake at the slightest noise. It must have been around 1 a.m. when I heard it, a sound different from the natural forest ambience. A slow, deliberate crunch of footsteps on the gravel outside the cabin. I froze, straining to listen. The steps circled the cabin slowly, pausing occasionally, as if their owner was looking in through the windows. My heart hammered in my chest so loudly I was certain it would wake the others. But they slept on, oblivious. I wanted to wake them, to whisper about what I was hearing, but I was paralyzed with fear. What if I was imagining it? What if it was just an animal? I would look paranoid, confirming Jade's accusations from earlier. The footsteps completed their circuit of the cabin and seemed to retreat. I exhaled slowly, convincing myself that it had been a deer or some other woodland creature investigating our unfamiliar scent. Just as my pulse began to slow, I heard a new sound, a soft scraping against the cabin wall, like fingers being dragged across the wooden siding. It moved along the wall nearest to my bunk, slow and deliberate, stopping directly beneath the window. Then silence. Complete, absolute silence that seemed to stretch on endlessly. I held my breath, waiting, every muscle in my body tense and ready to spring. What happened next would haunt my nightmares for months to come. A human hand reached up to the window between our bunk beds and slapped it 3 times. The sound was so sudden, so definitive, that for a split second I thought I might have imagined it. But then Jade screamed. A primal, terrified sound that confirmed the reality of what we'd all witnessed. Ryan bolted upright, disoriented but instantly alert to the danger. "What the hell was that?" he shouted, scrambling out of his sleeping bag. "Someone's outside." Jade's voice was shrill with panic. "Someone just hit the window." I was already on my feet, moving on instinct rather than thought. "Ryan, call 911-inch." He fumbled for his phone, hands shaking so badly he dropped it twice before managing to dial. By some miracle, despite being shown as having no service earlier, the call connected. He put it on speakerphone and handed it to me, then rushed to the fireplace and grabbed the iron pokers. 911, what's your emergency?" The dispatcher's voice was calm, surreal in contrast to our terror. "Someone is outside our cabin," I managed to say, trying to keep my voice steady. "We're at the Pine Ridge Fire Tower cabin. Someone just slapped our window." "Are you in immediate danger? Is anyone injured?" "No injuries, but we don't know if they're trying to break in." I glanced at the door, relieved to see that Ryan had already wedged a chair under the handle as a makeshift barricade. "Stay on the line. I'm dispatching officers to your location now. How many people are with you?" 3 of us. We're all inside the cabin." While I spoke with the dispatcher, Jade was frantically calling her family, tears streaming down her face as she left voicemail after voicemail. "Mom, I'm scared. Something's happening. I love you. I'm so sorry about the fight we had yesterday. I love you so much." The dispatcher kept me talking, asking for details about our location, descriptions of what we'd seen and heard. I tried to focus on her questions, but my senses were hyper-alert, straining to detect any movement outside. Ryan positioned himself near the door, poker raised like a weapon. "I don't hear anything," he whispered. "Do you think they're gone?" I shook my head. "I don't know." We fell silent, listening intently. The quiet that had seemed peaceful earlier now felt oppressive and threatening. Whoever was outside would have heard us call 911. They knew help was coming. Were they fleeing or watching, waiting? "The officers are about 15 minutes away," the dispatcher informed us. Stay inside, keep the doors locked, and remain on the line. Those 15 minutes stretched into an eternity. We huddled together in the center of the cabin, away from the windows, weapons in hand, jumping at every creak and groan of the structure. I kept thinking about the acid tabs in Jade's bag, how different this night would have been if we'd taken them as planned. We would have been completely vulnerable, our senses distorted, unable to distinguish real threats from hallucinations. Finally, we saw the flash of blue and red lights through the trees, heard the rumble of vehicles approaching. Relief washed over us in a powerful wave. "The police are here," I told the dispatcher, my voice breaking. "Stay inside until they knock and identify themselves," she instructed. Moments later, there was a firm knock on the door. "Sheriff's Department." Ryan moved the chair and unlocked the door. 2 deputies stood on the porch, flashlights sweeping the area. Behind them, a K-9 unit was already circling the perimeter of the cabin. "Everyone okay in here?" the first deputy asked, his hand resting on his holstered gun. We nodded, words momentarily failing us. "Tell us exactly what happened," the second deputy said, notebook in hand. We recounted the events, the footsteps, the scraping sound, the hand slapping the window. The deputies exchanged glances that did nothing to reassure us. "We'll search the area," the first one said. "You folks stay put." For the next half hour, we watched through the windows as the officers and their dogs combed the surrounding forest. Flashlight beams cut through the darkness. Voices called back and forth, but from their demeanor, it was clear they weren't finding anything. When they returned, their expressions were grim. "No sign of anyone," the K-9 officer reported. "Dogs picked up a scent leading into the woods, but lost it after about 50 yards. "Could it have been an animal?" Ryan asked hopefully. The first deputy shook his head. "Not likely, not with what you described." "What should we do?" Jade's voice was small, childlike in its fear. "We can escort you back to town if you'd like," the second deputy offered. "It's not safe for you to stay here." We didn't need to discuss it. Within minutes, we had thrown our belongings into our bags, not caring about organization or cleanliness, just wanting to be gone. As we stepped outside to load the car, the first deputy pulled me aside. "There's something you should know," he said quietly. "When we were speeding up here, we passed a parked car at the base of the mountain. Empty. No one around." I felt my heart rate spike again. "What does that mean?" "Could be nothing," he said, but his expression suggested otherwise. "But there's no reason for a car to be parked there at this hour. No hiking trails accessible from that point, no campsites." Before I could respond, Jade called out to us, her voice tight with fresh panic. "Guys, come look at this." We hurried over to where she stood beside my car. In the harsh beam of the deputy's flashlights, we could clearly see dozens of handprints on the dusty surface of the vehicle. Handprints that didn't match our own, covering the doors, hood, and trunk. "These weren't here when we arrived," I said, horror creeping through me anew. "Someone was touching our car." The deputies documented the prints, took photos, and helped us finish loading our belongings. We followed their patrol car down the mountain, headlights illuminating the treacherous road, all of us scanning the darkness for any sign of movement. At the base of the mountain, the car the deputy had mentioned was gone. The officers escorted us to the nearest motel, a rundown establishment just off the highway with a flickering neon sign and an air of neglect. Despite its appearance, it felt like a sanctuary compared to the isolated cabin. The night clerk barely looked up from his phone as we checked in, seemingly uninterested in our haggard appearance or the police presence. We got a room with 2 queen beds and a door that required an extra push to close properly. "Lock this behind us," the deputy instructed as they prepared to leave. "We'll have a patrol car swing by every hour or so throughout the night." "Do you think whoever it was followed us?" Ryan asked, peering nervously through the window at the empty parking lot. "Unlikely," the officer replied, but the hesitation in his voice was unmistakable. "Still, stay vigilant. Keep your phone handy." After they left, we engaged every lock on the door and wedged a chair under the handle for good measure. The room smelled of cigarettes and industrial cleaner. The carpet was stained in patterns we didn't want to examine too closely. But none of that mattered. We were off the mountain, away from the cabin, surrounded by civilization, such as it was. Jade sat on the edge of one bed, hugging herself tightly. Who would do something like that? What did they want? Probably just kids trying to scare us, Ryan suggested without conviction, like those guys who visited the fire tower earlier. I shook my head. Those weren't the same people. The guys at the tower had a vehicle. They were open about their presence. Whoever was outside our cabin was trying to be stealthy, trying to frighten us. Well, they succeeded, Jade said bitterly. She pulled out the sheet of acid tabs and stared at it. You were right. Thank God we didn't take this. The realization of how differently the night might have unfolded hit us all simultaneously. If we had taken the acid, we would have been vulnerable, our perception altered, our judgment impaired. Would we have even called 911? Would we have been able to communicate clearly with the dispatcher? Would we have mistaken a real threat for a hallucination? I still don't understand how you knew, Ryan said, turning to me. That feeling you had, it was like a premonition or something. I couldn't explain it then, and I can't explain it now. Some primal instinct, some subconscious recognition of danger that I wasn't even fully aware of, whatever it was, it had potentially saved us from a much worse fate. None of us slept that night. We took turns watching the door while the others tried to rest. But even in our exhaustion, true sleep eluded us. Every sound from the highway, every passing car, every creak of the old building kept us on high alert. Dawn came as a relief, gray light filtering through the cheap curtains, bringing with it a sense that we had survived whatever threat the night had held. Over a dismal continental breakfast in the motel's small lobby, we discussed our options. We had 3 more days planned for our trip, accommodations booked at other locations in the mountains. I say we go home, Jade said firmly, pushing away a stale muffin. I can't enjoy this anymore. I'll be looking over my shoulder the whole time. Ryan nodded in agreement. Same. Whatever happened up there, I don't want to risk anything like that again. I felt a mixture of disappointment and relief. The trip we had looked forward to for so long was ruined, but the thought of staying in the mountains, even at different locations, made my skin crawl. Home it is, I agreed. We can get back by tonight if we leave now. We packed our few belongings, checked out of the motel, and piled into my car. Before leaving town, we stopped at the sheriff's department to file a formal report. The day shift deputy took our statements with clinical efficiency, noting details but offering little in the way of explanations or reassurance. We'll investigate, he promised, but I wouldn't expect much. No property damage, no assault, just trespassing and harassment. We'll increase patrols around the fire tower for the next few weeks. His words were small comfort as we began the long drive home, each of us lost in our own thoughts, the silent weight of our experience hanging heavily in the car. The return to normalcy should have been comforting, but in many ways, it only heightened my unease. The familiar streets of our city, the routine of daily life, the rhythms of work and social obligations, all of it felt somehow hollow, as if the experience on the mountain had altered my perception of safety in fundamental ways. We tried to move on. Ryan threw himself into work, putting in extra hours at the engineering firm. Jade became uncharacteristically cautious, installing new locks on her apartment door, setting up a security camera in her hallway. I found myself awake at odd hours, replaying the events in my mind, searching for explanations I knew I would never find. A week after our return, we met for dinner at our favorite restaurant, a small Italian place where the noise level made it easy to have private conversations. It was the first time we'd all been together since the trip. I called the sheriff's department yesterday, Ryan said as we waited for our food. They didn't find anything. No fingerprints on the car or cabin that didn't belong to us or previous guests. No witnesses. Nothing. Jade sipped her wine, her expression troubled. I've been thinking about something. Remember those guys who came to the fire tower? How strange is it that they showed up for 20 minutes and then left? Who drives all the way up a mountain at night just to stay for such a short time? I hadn't considered that. You think they were connected somehow? I don't know, she admitted. But the timing is odd, isn't it? They show up, check out the cabin and who's inside, then leave. And later, someone comes back on foot. But why? Ryan pressed. What would be the point? Jade shrugged. Robbery? Maybe they were checking if we were worth robbing, or maybe... She hesitated. Maybe something worse. The implications hung in the air between us. We had all read the news stories, seen the true crime documentaries, isolated cabins, vulnerable victims, opportunistic predators. If that's true, I said slowly, then calling 911 scared them off. They realized we had cell service. Which we shouldn't have had, Ryan pointed out. Remember, there was no signal when we checked earlier. It was just luck that the call went through. The thought sent a shiver through me. If the call hadn't connected, if help hadn't come, I tried to push the speculation aside. We would never know for certain what had happened that night, or what might have happened if circumstances had been different. There's something else I've been thinking about, I said, changing the subject slightly. That feeling I had, the one that made me insist we not take the acid. I've never experienced anything like that before. It was like my body knew something my mind didn't. Intuition, Jade suggested. Or maybe you subconsciously picked up on something suspicious during the drive up. Maybe, I conceded, though it didn't feel like the whole explanation. Whatever it was, I'm grateful for it. We all are, Ryan said earnestly. You saved us from what could have been a complete disaster. We fell silent as our food arrived, each of us contemplating the narrow margin by which we had avoided potential tragedy. The rest of the meal passed in lighter conversation, deliberate attempts to discuss work, friends, upcoming plans, anything but the mountain. As we prepared to leave, Jade suddenly gripped my arm. Promise me something, she said, her voice low and intense. Promise me we'll never talk about this with anyone else. Not the full story anyway. I don't want to relive it, and I don't want to become some weird cautionary tale that people share at parties. I understood her concern. There was something deeply personal about our fear that night, something that would be diminished or distorted in the retelling. I promise, I said. And Ryan nodded in agreement. We kept that promise for nearly 3 years. It's strange how time can simultaneously dull and sharpen a memory. The raw terror of that night has faded, replaced by a more analytical understanding of what occurred. Yet certain details remain vivid. The slap of a hand against glass, the handprints on my car, the absolute darkness of the mountain forest. I'm breaking our promise now, sharing this story publicly for the first time, because I believe there's value in the telling. Not as a sensationalized account of a near miss with danger, but as a testament to the importance of trusting one's instincts, of listening to that quiet voice that sometimes whispers warnings we can't rationally explain. Ryan, Jade, and I have discussed this decision at length. We've agreed that enough time has passed, that the specifics have been changed sufficiently to protect our privacy, and that perhaps our experience might help someone else recognize and heed their own internal alarms. We never returned to the mountains. The cabin beside the fire tower still exists. I've checked the booking site occasionally, reading reviews from guests who enjoyed peaceful nights under starlit skies, who found the seclusion rejuvenating rather than terrifying. I wonder sometimes if what happened to us was simply a random encounter with someone who meant to frighten but not harm, a prank that escalated beyond the perpetrator's intentions when we reacted with such alarm. But a darker possibility lingers in my mind. I think about that car at the base of the mountain, the one that disappeared before we made our escape. I think about the methodical way our visitor circled the cabin, the deliberate nature of those 3 slaps against the window. There was purpose there, planning, and I can't shake the feeling that if events had unfolded differently, if we had taken the acid, if my call to 911 hadn't connected, if the deputies had been slower to respond, our story might have ended very differently. Jade has mostly recovered from the experience, though she still avoids remote locations and insists on comprehensive security measures wherever she stays. Ryan rarely speaks of that night, but I've noticed he's become more cautious in general, more likely to consider worst-case scenarios when making plans. As for me, I've developed a profound respect for intuition, that nebulous sense that operates beneath conscious thought, processing information our rational minds might miss. That night taught me that sometimes fear is a gift, a natural response to genuine threat, and that ignoring it can have consequences. I don't know what the person on the mountain wanted from us. I don't know if it was a practical joke or the beginning of a night of terror. I'm grateful for Ryan's quick thinking in calling 911. I wonder if our visitor knew we had service. It had certainly been a welcome surprise to us. Perhaps that was the wrench in their plan, enough to spook them before they could make things ugly. In truth, I don't know if I want to know what their intentions were. Some questions are better left unanswered. Some mysteries better left unsolved. What matters is that we recognized danger, acted decisively, and survived to tell the tale. If there's a lesson in our experience, perhaps it's this: the world contains real darkness, real threats that exist beyond urban legends and campfire stories. Being aware of this reality doesn't mean living in fear. It means respecting your instincts, acknowledging your vulnerability, and taking reasonable precautions. And sometimes, it means deciding not to drop acid in a remote cabin in the woods. My is Lance Tenaya, and this happened in 1996, out by the lakes in Grand Teton National Park, Wyoming. I'm Northern Cheyenne, though I didn't grow up around here, mostly on the plains. Always had a thing for the open, wild spaces, which is probably why I took up guiding visitors around the trails. Figured if I got to be out in nature, I'd at least get paid for it, right? Plus, I get to dodge the 9-to-5 office routine. That spring, I turned 28. 7 years as a guide had taught me everything about these mountains, or so I thought. The jagged peaks of the Tetons had become as familiar to me as the lines on my palm. I knew which trails flooded in April, which ridges offered the best views of eagles, and which lakeshores attracted moose at dusk. I could read the weather from how the wind rustled through pine needles, or how clouds gathered around Signal Mountain. My supervisor, Russ Clearwater, had assigned me to the easier trails that week, the tourist loops around Phelps Lake, String Lake, and occasionally up to Inspiration Point. Nothing challenging, nothing dangerous. Just groups of families with cameras, retirees in their spotless hiking boots, and the occasional honeymooners who spent more time looking at each other than the landscape I was describing. "You're good with the day trippers," Russ told me that Monday morning, his leathery face crinkling with what passed for his smile. "They like your stories." I didn't tell him that half my traditional stories were improvised on the spot, often inspired by the actual history but embellished to keep attention from wandering. The tourists wanted the mystical Indian guide experience, and I gave them just enough to make their vacations memorable without turning myself into a caricature. It was a balancing act I'd perfected. That week had been particularly busy, spring break crowds from universities mixing with early season vacationers. The weather had cooperated beautifully with clear skies and temperatures that hovered around 60 degrees during the day. Perfect hiking weather. By Friday, I was looking forward to the weekend, despite having volunteered for the trail cleanup detail. A few hours alone on the paths would reset my patience after a week of answering the same questions over and over. My final group on Friday was a collection of tourists from various states, a family of 4 from Minnesota, a retired couple from Florida, and 3 college students from somewhere on the East Coast. They were pleasant enough, if somewhat oblivious to proper trail etiquette. I spent half the hike picking up granola bar wrappers and retrieving water bottles left on rocks, just for a minute. "Remember," I told them as we completed the Phelps Lake loop around 4 in the afternoon, "take only pictures, leave only footprints." The father from Minnesota, Bill or Bob, I couldn't remember, clapped me on the shoulder. "Great tour, Chief," he said. and I managed not to wince at the nickname. The kids loved your bear stories. I smiled mechanically, having long ago learned that correcting these small indignities wasn't worth the awkwardness it created. Glad you enjoyed it. Safe travels back to the lodge. As they wandered off toward the parking area, I checked my watch. I had a couple of hours before sunset. Plenty of time to walk the trail once more and clean up whatever trash the day's visitors had left behind. The Park Service was understaffed as usual, and these cleanup walks helped preserve the illusion of pristine wilderness for tomorrow's guests. I grabbed my pack with extra trash bags, my first aid kit, flashlight, and water bottle. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows across the trail as I set out, working methodically, stopping to pick up discarded tissues, forgotten sunglasses, and the occasional sock. The rhythm of the work was soothing after a day of forced sociability. The air grew cooler as evening approached, and I caught myself humming as I walked. This was the part of the job I genuinely loved, the quiet moments when the mountains belonged to themselves again, when I could almost imagine I was the first person to walk these paths. That was the day everything changed. Just a regular Friday cleanup walk that turned into something I still can't fully explain. Even now, years later, I sometimes convince myself it was some kind of hallucination brought on by exhaustion or altitude or dehydration. But then I remember the sounds they made, and I know it was real. I was about halfway around Phelps Lake when I first noticed something wasn't right. The birds had gone silent, which happens sometimes when a predator is near. I assumed it was a mountain lion, or perhaps a black bear. Nothing unusual for the area, just something to be aware of. I kept walking, keeping my senses alert, occasionally scanning the tree line for movement. The sun had just dipped behind the mountains, not yet set but no longer visible above the peaks, casting the eastern shore of the lake in premature twilight. I switched on my flashlight, more out of habit than necessity. There was still plenty of ambient light to see by. That's when I spotted another light up ahead, flickering erratically through the trees about a quarter mile along the shoreline. I paused, watching. It wasn't unusual to encounter other hikers, though park regulations discouraged night hiking for safety reasons. But this light didn't move like someone walking with a flashlight or headlamp. It jerked and swayed like someone stumbling or perhaps signaling for help. I picked up my pace, calling out, "Hello? Park Service, do you need assistance?" No response came, but the light continued its strange dance, now moving closer to the water's edge. The lake was deep in places, with slippery rocks near the shore. If someone had injured themselves or become disoriented, they could easily fall in. "Hey!" I shouted louder. "You lost? Need a hand?" Still nothing. Just that strange, flickering light, now hovering near the shoreline. I jogged forward, my own flashlight beam bouncing along the path ahead of me. The silence felt heavier now, pressing against my ears. No frogs, no insects, not even the usual lapping of water against the shore. As I rounded a bend in the trail, my light caught something that made me stop dead in my tracks. What I saw in that moment would change everything I thought I knew about the world, and about what shares it with us. The beam of my flashlight revealed them. 3 figures crouched by the water's edge. At first glance, they appeared almost human, the right general size and shape, but something was profoundly wrong. Their proportions were distorted, limbs too long and oddly articulated, as if they had extra joints. They hunched forward in a way that seemed physically impossible, spines curved at unnatural angles. I froze, my breath caught in my throat. These weren't people. They weren't animals I recognized either. One of them turned slightly, and I caught a glimpse of what passed for its face. An elongated muzzle with a flat, wide nose, somewhat like a bat's, but stretched and wrong. Its skin was taut over prominent bones, giving it an emaciated appearance despite its obvious strength. Between them lay a black-tailed deer, still alive but immobilized somehow. One of the creatures had its hands, if you could call them that, buried deep in the deer's flank. Not clawing or tearing as a predator would, but somehow manipulating. its long, bony fingers flexed and twisted beneath the skin, moving with deliberate precision rather than predatory violence. The worst part was the sound, a rhythmic clicking that emanated from them in patterns, like some terrible form of communication. It wasn't vocal, more like bones tapping against each other, hollow and dry. The sound seemed to bypass my ears and vibrate directly inside my skull. I'd spent my entire adult life in the wilderness. I'd encountered every predator native to the Rockies: bears, wolves, mountain lions, coyotes. I'd seen them hunt, seen them feed. This was different. This wasn't predation for sustenance. There was a methodical quality to their movements, an intelligence behind those actions that chilled me more than any growling beast ever could. The light I'd seen from a distance sat on a flat rock between them. Not a flashlight as I'd assumed, but something that glowed with an inconsistent, cold light. It pulsed in time with their movements, brightening when they extracted something from the deer, dimming when they paused. I should have retreated immediately, should have backed away slowly and quietly. Instead, I stood transfixed, my rational mind struggling to categorize what I was seeing. They worked with the precise movements of surgeons, not the ravenous tearing of predators. One extracted something from the deer, a dark, glistening organ, and passed it to another, who examined it in the pale light before setting it aside in what I now realized was a growing collection of parts. They were harvesting the animal, piece by piece, while it still lived. My trance broke when one of them suddenly stiffened. Its head lifted, turning with a series of quick, jerking movements until it faced directly toward me. There were no eyes that I could discern, just deep, shadowed sockets. But I knew with absolute certainty that it saw me. For one endless moment, we regarded each other across the darkening shoreline. Then it rose to its full height, taller than I'd initially thought, well over 6 feet, and took a step toward me. Its joints moved wrong, bending in directions human anatomy wouldn't allow, giving its gait a disjointed, lurching quality. That's when primal instinct finally overcame shock. I turned and ran. Every wilderness guide knows you don't run from predators. Running triggers the chase response, marks you as prey. But these weren't natural predators, and something deep in my hindbrain screamed that the normal rules didn't apply. I sprinted along the lakeshore trail, branches whipping past my face, roots threatening to trip me in the fading light. Behind me I heard movement, not the pounding of feet, but a strange, scuttling sound that suggested multiple limbs moving in unnatural coordination. I didn't look back. I couldn't afford to slow down even for a second. The trail curved away from the lake, climbing slightly as it wound through a stand of lodgepole pines. My lungs burned, and my legs threatened to cramp, but terror drove me forward. The thing was gaining on me. I could sense its presence closing in, could hear that bone-clicking sound growing louder. Ahead, I spotted a massive fallen tree trunk I recognized, an old, lightning-struck pine that had collapsed years ago, its core rotted out to form a natural tunnel. Without conscious thought, I veered toward it, diving into the hollow space and pressing myself as far back as possible. The confined space smelled of damp wood and decay. I pressed my hand against my mouth, forcing my breathing to quiet despite my hammering heart. Outside, the scuttling stopped. I could sense it moving around the log, investigating. A shadow passed over the opening, blocking what little light remained. Then I heard it, my own voice, played back with horrifying accuracy, but wrong somehow, like words pushed through machinery that was never meant to speak. "Hey, you lost? Need a hand?" My earlier words, repeated in a distorted parody of my voice. It wasn't just mimicking, there was a questioning inflection, an experimental quality, as if it were trying to understand the purpose of human speech. It repeated the phrase, each iteration becoming more garbled, more distorted, until it barely resembled language at all. Just sounds twisted into an approximation of human communication. I remained motionless, barely daring to breathe. Minutes stretched like hours as the creature circled the fallen tree, occasionally letting out that terrible clicking sound. Eventually, the noises began to fade, moving away down the trail, I counted slowly in my head, reaching 300 before I dared to move. My limbs had stiffened from holding one position, and pain shot through my cramped muscles as I inched toward the opening of the hollow trunk. The forest had grown much darker, true night having fallen while I hid. Cautiously, I peered out. The trail appeared empty. The only sounds were the normal chorus of night insects and the distant hoot of an owl, natural sounds that had been conspicuously absent before. I allowed myself a moment of hope. Perhaps it had lost interest, moved on to easier prey. I extracted myself from the hollow log, wincing as my joints protested. Standing upright, I oriented myself. The ranger station was about 4 miles away, mostly downhill. If I could reach my truck parked at the trailhead, I could drive there in minutes and report. What, exactly? What had I seen? The rational part of my mind was already trying to reinterpret the experience. Perhaps they were poachers using unusual equipment. Perhaps the poor light had distorted ordinary humans into something that seemed monstrous. Perhaps. My rationalizations died as I turned toward the lake and saw them again. They stood along the shoreline, not 3 now, but at least 7 or 8, spread out in a loose semicircle. The strange, cold light source had multiplied as well, creating pools of sickly illumination that revealed only portions of their forms, leaving the rest in merciful shadow. One held something in its elongated hand. Even from this distance, I recognized the distinctive red and blue pattern, a hiking boot identical to those worn by the Minnesota family from my tour group. Another creature extended its arm, and the first placed something inside what might have been a pouch or sack made of material I couldn't identify. Fear gripped me again, but differently this time, not just for myself, but for the people I'd guided, people I was responsible for. Had these things followed us during the tour? Had they marked the family somehow? Were they already? I couldn't complete the thought. Instead, I felt for the small knife I kept on my belt, a 3-inch folding blade practically useless against creatures of this size, but better than nothing. The cold metal against my palm provided minimal comfort as I began to edge away, staying within the tree line, hoping the darkness would conceal my movement. That's when I noticed the pile. Just beyond the circle of creatures, partially hidden by rocks, lay a mound of what appeared to be clothing, equipment, and bones. Clean white bones arranged in patterns that defied natural scattering. Not thrown aside like the leavings of ordinary predators, but deliberately positioned, interlocked in geometric configurations no animal would create. Nausea rose in my throat. I forced it down, knowing that any sound might attract their attention. I had to get away, had to warn someone. Though what I would say, who would believe me, I had no idea. I continued my careful retreat until I reached a bend in the trail that would shield me from their view. Then I turned to hurry away, and found myself face to face with one of them. It stood directly in my path, motionless and silent. In the dim light, I could see more details of its form, the way its skin stretched too tight over its frame, the absence of visible eyes in those deep sockets, the strange articulation of its limbs. It stood upright now, its posture almost curious as it regarded me. Behind me, I heard movement, more of them closing in. They had circled around while I was distracted by those on the shore. I was surrounded. Fight or flight narrowed to a single option. I gripped my small knife and lunged at the CR Eacher blocking my path, aiming for what I hoped was a vulnerable area. The blade connected, scraping against something hard beneath its skin. Not a direct hit, but enough to make it jerk backward with a high-pitched, keening sound that bore no resemblance to any pain response I'd heard before. In that moment of confusion, I bolted past it, veering off the established trail and down the steep slope toward the lake. Branches tore at my clothing and skin as I half ran, half slid down the incline. Behind me, that terrible clicking grew louder, more rapid, like angry communication. I hit the shoreline running and didn't hesitate. I plunged straight into the frigid water of Phelps Lake. The cold nearly stole my breath, but fear drove me forward. I swam with desperate strokes toward the opposite shore, expecting at any moment to feel bony fingers close around my ankle and drag me under. But nothing grabbed me. I reached the far side exhausted, my clothing heavy with water, my body shivering violently. Pulling myself onto the rocky shore, I looked back across the dark expanse of the lake. They stood on the opposite bank, their strange silhouettes unmistakable even at this distance. They made no move to follow, but their stillness was somehow more terrifying than pursuit. They watched, patient and alien, as I dragged myself further from the water's edge. I knew then that the lake hadn't saved me because they feared water. It had saved me because they didn't need to follow. They knew exactly where I was going. Dawn found me huddled in my truck at the ranger station, shivering despite the heater running full blast. I hadn't slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those twisted forms, heard that bone-clicking sound. My clothes had dried stiffly against my skin, lake water and sweat creating an uncomfortable second skin. Senior Ranger Paul Dearborn found me there, his expression shifting from annoyance to concern when he saw my condition. "Tanaya, what happened to you?" He opened the truck door, letting in a blast of cold morning air. "You look like hell." I opened my mouth to explain, then stopped. What could I say? I saw monsters harvesting a deer by the lake. I found evidence that they've been taking people too. The word sounded insane even in my head. There's something out there, Paul. By Phelps Lake. My voice sounded rough, unfamiliar. I don't know what I saw. Paul's weathered face creased with worry. Were you attacked? Bear? Mountain lion? I shook my head. Not an animal, at least not any animal I've ever seen. I hesitated, then pushed on. I think there might be people missing, hikers. I saw evidence. That got his attention. Paul straightened, his expression shifting to professional concern. What kind of evidence? Did you find remains? I saw belongings, clothing. A boot that looks like it belonged to a family I guided yesterday. I swallowed hard. And bones, arranged in patterns. Paul's eyebrows drew together. Arranged? By what? That's what I'm trying to tell you. There's something out there. Not human, not animal. Something else. The words sounded ridiculous as I spoke them, and I saw the skepticism creep into Paul's eyes. Lance, he said carefully, using my first name, a rarity for him. You've had a shock. Maybe you fell, hit your head, or ate something that didn't agree with you. He wasn't being dismissive, just rational, offering explanations that made sense in a world where things like I described didn't exist. I know what I saw, I insisted, but without conviction. In the morning light, with a respected colleague looking at me with barely concealed concern for my mental state, doubt began to creep in. Had I imagined it? A hallucination brought on by exhaustion after a long week? But the mud caked on my clothes, the scratches on my arms from branches as I fled, those were real enough. Paul sighed. Look, take the day off, get some rest. I'll send a patrol around Phelps Lake, check for any signs of disturbance or missing hikers. If there's anything to find, we'll find it. I nodded, too tired to argue. Just be careful. Don't go alone, and be back before dark. He gave me a long look. We'll be careful. Now go home, get some sleep. Doctor's orders. I drove back to my small cabin on the outskirts of Moose, the nearest settlement to the park headquarters. The morning was bright, sunlight glinting off the peaks of the Tetons, everything normal and unchanged. Birds sang, traffic moved along the main road, tourists prepared for another day of sightseeing. The events of the previous night seemed increasingly unreal. At home I showered, watching dirt and pine needles swirl down the drain. The hot water revealed more scratches and bruises than I'd realized I had, evidence of my headlong flight through the forest. Those, at least, weren't imaginary. Clean and dressed in fresh clothes, I should have collapsed into bed. Instead, I found myself at my kitchen table with a notepad, trying to sketch what I'd seen. My artistic skills were limited, but I needed to capture the details before they faded. The strange proportions, the elongated limbs, the muzzle-like facial structure. The drawings looked childish, crude approximations that failed to convey the wrongness of the creatures. Still, The act of rendering them on paper made them more concrete, less like a nightmare, and more like something that existed in the real world. Next, I pulled out maps of Grand Teton National Park, focusing on the area around Phelps Lake. I marked where I'd first seen the light, where I'd encountered the creatures, where I'd hidden in the hollow log, and the location of the bone pile. Laid out this way, the events formed a coherent narrative that was harder to dismiss as hallucination. I was interrupted by my phone ringing, Paul calling from the ranger station. "We checked the area," he said without preamble. "Found nothing unusual. No sign of disturbance, no evidence of poaching or injured wildlife. Certainly no bone piles." My heart sank. "You went all the way around the eastern shore, near that big lightning-struck pine?" "Covered the whole trail, Lance." "Nothing." He paused. "But we did check on that Minnesota family you mentioned. They're fine, checked out this morning, headed for Yellowstone. All accounted for, boots and all." Relief washed over me, immediately followed by confusion. "But I saw—" "Look," Paul's voice softened. "I'm concerned about you. We've worked together for years, and you've always been solid. But stress affects everyone eventually. Maybe you should talk to someone." "I'm not stressed," I protested automatically. "And I wasn't hallucinating." "I didn't say you were." His tone remained carefully neutral. "Just consider taking a few days off. Russ agrees. He says he can cover your tours through the weekend." So they'd been discussing me. Wonderful. "Fine," I said, too tired to argue. "I'll take the weekend. But Paul, be careful out there, especially after dark." He promised they would, though I could tell he was humoring me. We hung up, and I sat staring at my maps and crude drawings, doubt gnawing at my certainty. The Minnesota family was safe. No evidence had been found. The rational explanation was that I'd experienced some kind of temporary breakdown, stress, exhaustion, maybe even a mild case of altitude sickness that had caused hallucinations. Yet I couldn't dismiss what I'd seen. The memory was too vivid, too detailed to be entirely fabricated. And there were my injuries, consistent with a frantic flee through the forest, not a leisurely trail inspection. I spent the day researching, pulling out books on local wildlife, folklore, even cryptozoology, though I'd always dismissed that as pseudoscience. I searched for anything that might resemble what I'd seen, any historical accounts of strange creatures in the region. The Shoshone and other indigenous peoples had stories of spirits and beings that inhabited the mountains, but none matched what I'd encountered. I found legends of skinwalkers from Navajo traditions, Wendigo from Algonquian beliefs, but these were geographically distant and still didn't align with my experience. By evening, my eyes burned from reading and my mind churned with possibilities, none satisfying. I fixed a simple dinner, barely tasting it, as I continued to wrestle with what I'd seen and what it might mean. As night fell, I found myself growing increasingly anxious. I checked the locks on my doors and windows, drew the curtains, kept lights on in every room. Sleep, when it finally came, was fitful and plagued by dreams of clicking sounds and elongated limbs reaching for me from shadows. I woke before dawn, drenched in sweat despite the cool morning air. The image of that boot in the creature's hand lingered from my dreams. The Minnesota family was safe. Paul had confirmed that. But what about others? Had there been hikers or campers who hadn't returned, whose absence hadn't yet been noted? I showered and dressed quickly, then drove to the ranger station, arriving just as the morning shift was starting. The weekend crew was smaller, mostly focused on routine patrols and tourist assistance. To my relief, Paul wasn't there. I wasn't ready for another concerned lecture. Instead, I found Marcy Whitetree, a junior ranger who'd joined the service the previous year. She was logging weather conditions when I walked in. "Lance, thought you were off this weekend." She looked up from her computer, pushing her glasses higher on her nose. "Just stopped by to check something," I said casually, moving to the incident board where reports of missing hikers, wildlife sightings, and other notable events were posted. "Any unusual reports come in yesterday? Missing persons, strange sightings, anything like that?" Marcy frowned. "Not that I heard. It was pretty quiet." She studied me curiously. Why, you expecting something? I shrugged, trying to appear nonchalant. Just curious. Thought I heard something on my radio before I turned it in yesterday. She seemed to accept this explanation, turning back to her weather log. I scanned the board carefully. Nothing about missing hikers or strange occurrences around Phelps Lake or anywhere else in the park. I was about to leave when the radio crackled. A ranger on morning patrol was reporting finding abandoned camping equipment near String Lake, about 3 miles from where I'd had my encounter. Marcy responded, getting details. A tent left set up, personal belongings inside, no sign of the campers. Probably just moved on without properly breaking camp, Marcy commented after signing off. Happens sometimes with inexperienced campers. We'll tag and bag the equipment, hold it for 60 days. What campsite was that? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. C7, up by String Lake, she replied. Why? Just curious, I said again, but my mind was racing. String Lake connected to Phelps Lake via a small stream. The sites were close enough that someone or something could move between them easily, especially at night. I'm heading that way anyway, I said impulsively. I could check it out, save you sending someone special. Marcy looked uncertain. Paul said you were taking personal time. Something about being under the weather. I'm fine, I insisted. Just needed a night's rest, and I was heading up to Bradley Lake anyway. It's practically on my way. She still seemed doubtful, but the weekend staff was stretched thin, and she eventually agreed. Just radio in what you find, and if it looks like anything other than abandoned equipment, like signs of wildlife disturbance or struggle, don't disturb the site. Call for backup. I promised I would, trying not to show my relief as I headed for my truck. This could be nothing. Campers abandoning equipment wasn't uncommon, especially when inclement weather struck suddenly. But it was also the first potential corroboration of my experience. A thread I needed to pull. As I drove toward String Lake, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being pulled back towards something I should be fleeing. Yet I had to know if what I'd seen was real. And if it was, I had to find evidence that would convince others before more people disappeared. The morning was bright and clear, the mountains sharp against the blue sky. Nothing suggested danger or otherworldly threats. Yet my hand kept drifting to the knife on my belt, now supplemented with a larger hunting knife I'd retrieved from my cabin, as if primitive steel could protect me from what I'd encountered. I parked at the String Lake trailhead and hiked to campsite C7, a small, cleared area set back from the lakeshore, partially screened by trees. From a distance, everything looked normal. A blue 2-person tent, a small fire pit with a cooking grate, camping equipment neatly arranged. Up close, details emerged that sent a chill through me. The tent was unzipped, its opening gaping like a mouth. Inside, sleeping bags lay unrolled, personal items scattered as if the occupants had stepped out momentarily, expecting to return. A paperback novel lay open, face down beside one sleeping bag. A pair of reading glasses sat atop a clothes bag. Most telling was the small camp stove on the picnic table, a pot of water still sitting on it, now cold. No camper would leave with water ready to boil. They'd been interrupted in the midst of a routine task, making coffee or preparing a meal. I circled the site carefully, looking for signs of struggle or animal disturbance. There were none of the usual indicators of bear activity. No claw marks, no scattered food, no distinctive prints. The ground was too hard and rocky for footprints, but I noticed something odd near where the tent backed up against the trees. Thin, parallel scratches in the dirt, like something had been dragged, or had dragged itself, away from the campsite. The marks led into the denser forest, heading roughly southeast, toward Phelps Lake. I stood at the edge of the trees, staring at those faint marks. Common sense said to radio this in. Let professionals handle the investigation. But I knew what they would conclude, that the campers had abandoned their site for unknown reasons, or that a bear or mountain lion had scared them off. They wouldn't look for what I had seen. They wouldn't know what to look for. Taking a deep breath, I unclipped my radio from my belt and set it on the picnic table. Then I pulled out my knife, and followed the scratches into the forest. The forest thickened as I moved away from the campsite, lodgepole pines giving way to denser spruce and fir. The scratches in the earth became harder to follow, appearing intermittently where the ground was soft enough to record passage. I moved slowly, stopping often to listen and scan my surroundings. The rational part of my mind screamed that this was foolhardy, venturing alone into the wilderness, following unclear signs toward what might be dangerous predators. But I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever had happened to these campers was connected to what I'd seen, and if I was right, traditional search and rescue protocols wouldn't help them. About half a mile from the campsite, I lost the trail completely where it crossed a rocky outcropping. I stood atop the stones, turning slowly, looking for any sign of which direction to take. The forest spread out in all directions, identical and impenetrable. That's when I noticed the silence. No birds called, no insects buzzed. The natural background noise of the forest had simply stopped, just like it had at Phelps Lake. My skin prickled with goose flesh. I was close to something. I climbed down from the rocks on the southern side, the direction that would eventually lead to Phelps Lake, and continued more cautiously than before. The terrain sloped downward, becoming increasingly rugged. I had to climb over fallen trees and navigate around dense undergrowth. The forest floor was covered with pine needles that muffled my footsteps, but also obscured any trail I might have been following. After another 20 minutes of careful progress, I caught a glimpse of something bright through the trees ahead, an unnatural color against the greens and browns of the forest. I crouched low, moving from tree to tree for cover as I approached. In a small clearing lay a backpack, red nylon with black straps, unmistakably human-made. It lay unzipped, contents partially spilled onto the ground around it. A water bottle, energy bars, a map of the park, a small first aid kit. Personal items belonging to someone who had expected to return for them. I scanned the clearing carefully before approaching. The backpack looked undamaged, no tears or bite marks that might indicate animal predation. I crouched beside it, examining the contents more closely. A wallet contained ID for Michael Abernathy, age 34, from Boulder, Colorado. Photos showed him with a woman approximately the same age, presumably the other camper. I pocketed the wallet, intending to turn it over to the rangers later. It might provide vital information about who was missing. As I sorted through the remaining contents, looking for anything that might indicate what had happened, I noticed something strange. A fine, powdery substance dusted across some of the items. It was pale, almost white, with a texture like talcum powder. I touched it cautiously with one finger, then rubbed it between thumb and forefinger. It felt gritty, mineral rather than organic, not pollen or fungal spores, more like crushed bone. The realization sent me scrambling backward, wiping my hand frantically against my pants. My mind flashed to the bone pile I'd glimpsed by Phelps Lake, the clean white remains arranged in unnatural patterns. I forced myself to calm down, to think rationally. This could be simple trail dust or ash from a nearby campfire. It didn't have to be what my panicked mind immediately jumped to, but I couldn't dismiss the connection so easily. I zipped the backpack closed and slung it over my shoulder. If nothing else, it was evidence that someone had been here, had passed this way, and never returned for their belongings. The light was beginning to fade as afternoon crept toward evening. I knew I should turn back, report what I'd found, let a proper search team take over. But something drove me forward, a need to confirm what I'd seen, to find evidence that would convince others. I continued downhill, moving more quickly now despite the growing darkness. The terrain was becoming familiar. I was definitely approaching Phelps Lake from the north. Within half an hour, I caught glimpses of water through the trees, the lake's surface reflecting the dim light of approaching dusk. I slowed my pace, caution overriding urgency. If the creatures I'd seen were still in the area, this was where I would find them. But I had no desire for another close encounter. I moved from tree to tree, keeping cover between myself and the lakeshore, watching and listening. The silence persisted. no natural sounds, no movement except the occasional ripple across the lake's surface caused by the light evening breeze. I circled well away from where I'd had my first encounter, working my way toward the eastern shore. As the sun dipped below the mountains, casting long shadows across the water, I spotted movement on the far side of the lake. Something large shifted among the trees, followed by another, then a third. The distance was too great to make out details, but the unnatural way they moved, all wrong angles and jerky coordination, left no doubt in my mind. They were back, or perhaps they had never left. I crouched behind a large boulder, using binoculars from my pack to observe from a safer distance. Through the magnified lenses, I could make out 3 figures moving along the shoreline. Their proportions remained as disturbing as I remembered. Too tall, too thin, with joints that bent in impossible ways. They moved with purpose, examining the ground, occasionally stopping to collect something I couldn't identify. They worked methodically, covering the area where I had fled 2 nights before. Were they looking for me? The thought sent ice through my veins. Had they tracked me somehow, followed my scent or trail back to my home? Were they now retracing my steps, hunting me with the same clinical precision they had shown with the deer? I forced the thought aside. I needed evidence, something I could show the rangers, something that would convince them I wasn't suffering delusions or stress-induced hallucinations. The light was failing rapidly now, making photography impossible without flash, which would give away my position. Instead, I pulled out my small notebook and began sketching quickly, trying to capture the distinctive silhouettes, the impossible anatomy, the methodical movements. As I watched, one of the figures straightened suddenly, lifting what appeared to be a head to scan the shoreline. Though I couldn't discern eyes from this distance, I had the distinct impression it was looking directly at my hiding place. I ducked down, heart hammering against my ribs. Had it seen me? Sensed me somehow? I counted slowly to 30, then cautiously peered over the boulder again. The figures had vanished. I scanned the shoreline frantically, searching for any sign of movement, any indication of where they had gone. Nothing. The far shore appeared completely deserted, as if they had never been there at all. The sudden absence was almost more terrifying than their presence had been. Had they simply moved into deeper shadow, or were they now moving around the lake toward me? I shouldered the backpack and began retreating up the slope, away from the water, keeping the boulder between myself and the shore as long as possible. Night was falling in earnest now, the forest growing darker by the minute. I pulled out my flashlight but hesitated to switch it on, remembering how the light had given me away before. Instead, I moved carefully, letting my eyes adjust to the deepening gloom, using the remaining ambient light to pick my way between trees. I had gone perhaps 100 yards when I heard it, that distinctive clicking sound, like bones tapping together, not from behind me where I'd been watching the shoreline, but from somewhere ahead, between me and the way back to the ranger station. They had circled around, cutting off my retreat. I froze, straining to pinpoint the source of the sound. It seemed to come from multiple directions at once, surrounding me. The clicking accelerated, growing more urgent, more complex. Communication, I was certain. They were coordinating, positioning themselves, preparing to. I didn't wait to find out what came next. I veered sharply east, abandoning any thought of returning to the ranger station directly. If I could circle widely enough, I might be able to reach the main road that ran along the eastern edge of the park. From there, I could flag down a vehicle or walk to the nearest emergency phone. The forest grew denser as I moved away from the lake, the undergrowth catching at my clothing, slowing my progress. Behind me, the clicking continued, sometimes fading, sometimes growing louder, as if they were tracking me in relays, passing my trail from one to another. I pushed on, ignoring scratches from branches, focusing only on putting distance between myself and those sounds. The terrain began to rise more steeply. I was climbing one of the foothills that separated Phelps Lake from the main highway. The physical exertion helped combat the cold terror that threatened to overwhelm me. I concentrated on each step, each handhold, the simple mechanics of climbing, keeping panic at bay. Near the crest of the hill, I paused to catch my breath, listening intently. The clicking had faded, or perhaps stopped altogether. I couldn't be certain. My pulse pounded so loudly in my ears it masked subtler sounds. I had just started to relax slightly when my foot dislodged a stone, sending it tumbling down the slope behind me. The small sound seemed magnified in the quiet night, echoing briefly before silence returned. Except it didn't return completely. From below came a response, that terrible clicking, now rapid and excited. They had heard the stone. They knew where I was. I abandoned stealth for speed, scrambling up the remaining distance to the ridgeline. Once there, I finally risked using my flashlight, sweeping its beam across the landscape ahead. Trees, rocks, more trees. And there in the distance, a straight line cutting through the forest. The highway. Hope surged through me. If I could reach the road, I would be safer. Cars passed regularly, even at night, and the creatures seemed reluctant to reveal themselves in open areas. I hurried forward, moving as quickly as I dared through the unfamiliar terrain. The beam of my flashlight bounced erratically, creating disorienting shadows that seemed to move independently of the trees casting them. A flash of movement to my right, I swung the light toward it, but caught nothing, just trees and darkness. My imagination was working overtime, seeing threats in every shadow. Then my light caught something that stopped me cold. A structure of some kind, partially hidden among the trees about 50 yards ahead. Not a ranger station or tourist shelter. Those were clearly marked on maps, and none existed in this area. This was something else, something that didn't belong in Grand Teton National Park. Curiosity warred with caution. The highway lay beyond, safety just a short distance away. But this structure might contain answers, evidence of what these creatures were, where they came from, why they were here. Behind me, the clicking grew louder. The decision was made for me. I moved toward the structure, hoping it might offer temporary shelter, a place to hide until the creatures moved on. As I drew closer, details emerged. It wasn't a building in any conventional sense. It appeared to be a framework of branches and bones, woven together in complex geometric patterns. The bones weren't all animal, some were unmistakably human. Ribs curved to form archways, femurs and tibias created support structures. Skulls adorned junction points like macabre decorations. The entire construction glowed faintly with the same cold, pulsing light I had seen the creatures using. A pale, blue-white radiance that seemed to emanate from within the bones themselves. My rational mind rejected what I was seeing. This couldn't exist. Not here, not anywhere. Yet there it stood, a grotesque monument that defied explanation. I circled it cautiously, keeping my distance. The structure was about 15 feet in diameter, rising to a point about 12 feet high. It had no walls as such, just the interwoven framework that created a semi-transparent boundary between inside and outside. And there was definitely an inside. Through the lattice of bones, I could see a central space where the ground had been cleared and flattened. Objects were arranged there in patterns that mirrored the structure itself, concentric circles and spiraling forms composed of parts. Animal remains, certainly, but also items I recognized as human-made. Watches, eyeglasses, wedding rings, keys, personal effects collected and arranged with terrible precision. Among them lay something that made my heart stutter, a hiking boot, red and blue, identical to those worn by the Minnesota family from my tour group. Paul had said they were all accounted for, had checked out safely. Had he been mistaken? Had they lost belongings rather than lives? Or had the creatures collected trophies before the family escaped? I wanted to believe the latter, needed to believe it. But the bone structure told a different story. The clicking grew louder, closer. I had lingered too long. They were coming, drawn to their collection, or to me, or both. I backed away from the structure, turning to flee toward the highway still visible through the trees. 3 steps, and I collided with something solid that hadn't been there moments before. I looked up into a face that wasn't a face. That elongated muzzle, those deep sockets where eyes should be, that skin stretched too tight over an impossible framework of bone. It towered over me, at least 7 feet tall, its limbs bent at angles that human anatomy couldn't achieve. Up close, I could see details I had missed before. Its skin wasn't skin at all, more like a translucent membrane that revealed glimpses of what lay beneath. Not muscle and organs, but a complex latticework of bone and sinew arranged in patterns that mirrored the larger structure behind me. It made no immediate move to attack. Instead, it tilted its head, or what passed for a head, in what seemed almost like curiosity. Then it lifted one long, multi-jointed arm, extending what might have been a hand toward my face. I didn't wait to discover its intentions. I ducked under its reach and ran, no longer caring about direction, focused only on escape. Trees blurred past, branches whipped at my face, roots threatened to trip me. Behind me, that terrible clicking erupted in what sounded almost like excitement. The pursuit was on. I ran blindly through the forest, my flashlight beam bouncing wildly ahead of me, illuminating trees and undergrowth in chaotic flashes. Direction no longer mattered. Only distance, only escape. Behind me, the clicking sounds multiplied and accelerated, a percussive chorus that drove me forward like a physical force. My lungs burned, my legs threatened to cramp, but terror provided fuel beyond my normal endurance. I leaped fallen logs, crashed through underbrush, splashed across small streams without breaking stride. In the back of my mind, a desperate plan formed. Reach the highway, flag down a vehicle, find witnesses, and safety in numbers. Something whistled past my ear, a projectile of some kind, though I hadn't seen the creatures carrying weapons. I ducked instinctively, changing direction, veering back toward where I thought the road might be. The forest thinned slightly, allowing me to increase my speed. The clicking behind me grew fainter. I was gaining distance, or they were falling back. Hope surged through me as I glimpsed what looked like a clearing ahead. I burst from the tree line at full sprint and skidded to a halt at the edge of a steep ravine. No road, no clearing. Just a 30-foot drop to jagged rocks below, the rushing sound of a stream at the bottom barely audible over my pounding heart. The thing that had been tracking me emerged from the trees behind me, moving with that unsettling gait, not quite walking, not quite crawling, its limbs bending in ways that shouldn't be physically possible. It made no sound now beyond that soft, rhythmic clicking. I was trapped between it and the ravine. My hand closed around the hunting knife at my belt, a futile gesture, but the only defense I had. The creature stopped about 10 feet away, swaying slightly, its eyeless face turned toward me. It extended one long arm, opening what passed for a hand, a complex structure of jointed appendages that unfolded like the petals of some terrible flower. In its center lay a small object that glinted in the beam of my dropped flashlight. My ranger badge. I stared at it, uncomprehending. I'd been wearing that badge 2 nights ago when I first encountered these things. Somehow, they had taken it, removed it from my uniform without my noticing. And now this one was returning it? The gesture made no sense. Were they intelligent enough to understand what the badge represented? Were they trying to communicate something? Or was this merely another aspect of their incomprehensible behavior, like the bone structures and the arranged trophies? The creature extended its arm further, the badge still offered. When I made no move to take it, it began that garbled mimicry again, my own voice twisted through impossible vocal structures. "Hey, you lost? Need a hand?" My words from 2 nights ago, repeated with eerie accuracy. But this time something else followed, words I hadn't spoken, assembled from sounds it must have collected from other sources. "Not safe. Go. Back." The voice shifted between syllables, a patchwork of different tones and inflections. Not conversation, not really. More like a recorded message assembled from fragments. Was it warning me? Threatening me? I couldn't tell, but it was undeniably attempting communication. "What are you?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The creature tilted its head, that strange clicking intensifying briefly. Then it repeated, "Not safe. Go. Back." Behind it, more shapes emerged from the forest, 3, then 5, then more, until nearly a dozen of the creatures stood in a loose semicircle, cutting off any retreat. Some held objects. Personal items I recognized from campsite C7, a water bottle, keys, a wristwatch. The one nearest me dropped my badge to the ground, then made a sweeping gesture toward the others. Not threatening, but demonstrative, showing me something. I looked more closely at the objects they held, not random items, but things that held meaning, that represented connection. The watch had an inscription visible on its back. The keys had a photo keychain attached, a family portrait. The water bottle bore a name written in permanent marker. These weren't just trophies, they were identifiers, markers that linked the items to specific people. Understanding bloomed, terrible in its implications. They weren't hunting humans for food or sport. They were studying us, collecting us, learning about us through our possessions, our relationships, our identities. And now they had identified me, not just as another specimen, but as something different. The badge marked me as someone with authority, someone connected to the structure of the park itself. What happened to the people these belong to? I asked, gesturing to the items they held. Are they alive? The creatures conferred in their clicking language, sounds passing between them in complex patterns. Then the one that had offered my badge stepped forward again. Not here, not now. The patchwork voice struggled with concepts beyond simple mimicry. Different. Place. My mind raced. Was it saying the people were somewhere else, alive but relocated? Or was different place its way of describing death? I had no framework to interpret such alien communication. More clicking, more conferring among them. Then another stepped forward, this one taller than the rest. Its movements more fluid, almost graceful in their wrongness. It held out both hands, empty, a gesture that seemed deliberately non-threatening. Then it spoke, not in the patchwork voice of the first, but in a single, consistent tone. A voice I recognized with shock. Michael Abernathy, the owner of the red backpack I'd found. You should not be here. The words were clear, precise, as if Michael himself were speaking. This is not for you to understand. Cold fear washed through me. Had they killed him, somehow absorbed his voice? Or was this another form of mimicry, copied from some encounter before he disappeared? Did you hurt him? I demanded, anger momentarily overriding fear. Did you hurt any of them? The tall one tilted its head, considering. Hurt is imprecise. Changed is better. Learned is better. It gestured to itself, then to the others. We learn, we change, we become. The implications hit me like a physical blow. They weren't just studying humans. They were incorporating aspects of us, becoming something new, something that combined their alien nature with what they harvested from people they encountered. What are you? I asked again, needing to understand despite the horror growing within me. Old, the tall one said simply. Older than your kind, waiting long, learning now. It stepped closer, and I tensed, knife raised. It stopped, seeming to recognize my fear. Not for hurting, it said, gesturing to itself and the others. For knowing, for becoming, for preparing. Preparing for what? I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted the answer. It made a gesture I couldn't interpret, something between a shrug and a bow. For after, when your kind is gone, when our kind remains. The calm certainty in that stolen voice chilled me more than any threat could have. They weren't conquerors or invaders in the conventional sense. They were more like successors, patient inheritors waiting for humanity's inevitable decline. You're killing people, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Taking them. Some, it acknowledged without apparent concern. Few, to learn, to become. It gestured to the badge on the ground. You help others find safe paths. We recognize this purpose, similar to ours, in ways. The comparison revolted me. I'm nothing like you. I protect people. Yes, it agreed, surprising me. You protect, we prepare. Different purposes, not opposed. It took another step forward, and this time I retreated, feeling the edge of the ravine behind my heels. No further room to back away. We will not take you, it said, the stolen voice somehow conveying something like reassurance. Not needed. You have seen. You have understood as much as your kind can. You will tell others who will not believe. This is the pattern. With that, it turned and began moving back toward the forest, the others following in that strange, fluid motion that defied normal locomotion. They were simply leaving, dismissing me as irrelevant to whatever incomprehensible purpose drove them. Relief warred with indignation. I was being spared, but not out of mercy, out of indifference. I was neither threat nor necessary specimen, just an observer who would not be believed. "Wait," I called after them. "The people you took, the missing campers, what happened to them?" The tall one paused, turning its eyeless face back toward me. "Changed," it said simply. "Becoming. Parts of us now, as we are becoming parts of you." With that, they melted into the forest, their pale forms disappearing among the trees like mist. The clicking faded, replaced gradually by normal night sounds, insects, the rustle of wind through leaves, the distant call of an owl. Nature reclaiming the space they had vacated. I stood frozen for several minutes, knife still raised, expecting them to return. When they didn't, I slowly bent to retrieve my flashlight and the badge they had left behind. The metal felt cold against my palm, ordinary and reassuring, a tangible connection to the rational world I knew. Carefully, I edged away from the ravine, orienting myself by the stars visible through breaks in the forest canopy. North. I needed to go north to reach the highway. My legs trembled with exhaustion and fading adrenaline, but I forced myself to move, to put distance between myself and the place where they had been. I walked through the night, stopping only when necessary to check my direction or rest briefly. As dawn broke, I finally emerged onto the main park highway, empty at this early hour, but a welcome sight nonetheless. I followed it toward the east entrance, eventually being picked up by the first ranger patrol of the morning. The rangers were concerned, but not surprised, to find me walking along the road. It wasn't the first time a park employee had become lost during off-hours exploration. I told them I had been checking reports of abandoned equipment at Campsite C7 and had gotten turned around after dark, a partial truth that explained my presence without inviting questions I couldn't answer. Back at headquarters, I filed a report about the abandoned campsite and the backpack I'd found, turning over Michael Abernathy's ID. A missing persons report was initiated, search teams organized. I didn't mention the bone structure or the creatures. I couldn't bring myself to face the skepticism, the concerned looks, the gentle suggestions that I might need time off or counseling, because the tall one had been right. No one would believe me, not without evidence, and I had none beyond my own testimony. In the weeks that followed, search teams found no trace of Michael Abernathy or his companion. Campsite C7 was documented as another mysterious abandonment. Unusual but not unprecedented in national parks, where visitors occasionally left without properly checking out for various reasons. I requested a transfer to visitor services, away from trail guiding. Russ approved it without question, assuming I wanted less physically demanding work. I didn't correct him. The truth was I couldn't bring myself to walk those trails again, to venture near Phelps Lake or any of the more remote areas of the park. Not after dark, not alone. Sometimes in the years since, I've been tempted to return, to seek out that bone structure, to document it properly, to gather the evidence I lacked. But something always stops me, not just fear, but a deeper certainty that they would know, that they would be waiting, that next time they might decide I was needed after all. So I tell this story instead, knowing it sounds like fiction, like the campfire tales I used to spin for tourists. Perhaps that's for the best. Perhaps warnings are most effective when disguised as entertainment. But if you find yourself in Grand Teton National Park near Phelps Lake as dusk approaches, and you notice the birds have gone silent, the insects have ceased their chorus, leave. Don't investigate strange lights in the distance. Don't call out to what might be a lost hiker, because they're still there, I'm certain. Patient and ancient, studying and becoming, preparing for a future I can't comprehend and don't want to witness. And if you hear clicking in the darkness, like bones tapping together in complex rhythm, run, run, and don't look back. Because they're learning, always learning, and they might decide they need you after all.